Good morning, guys. Open the casino. Ding ding. Hmm. Interesting. 4580, 4600, 4590. Ooh. Dear God. That went up quick. Hmm. Wow. Big sell-off into open on ES. Let's see if that recovers. ES testing 4610. That doesn't look so hot. Hmm. Okay. A little better. How's everyone doing? Today's morning options interest divided very quickly. Um, quite a lot of volume in the pre-market. I didn't see it in the daily. Any update on Fubo? I generally don't write about Fubo in the daily because it's a buy and hold. I don't really have any update on it. I don't think it may retest 3 here, although there's still fairly active shorting going on. Earnings of this Friday. It's got a bit of a pump here in pre-market, but liquidity is still getting worse. I don't know how much of this is driven by short calls getting pulled back versus actual long buying. Obviously, it's Greek values are useless because the price is so low. Ugh. How the fuck is that up? Is that up? So I can close these for... Oh, because of the theta decay. There's theta decay on those too, huh? Forgot about that. I can just take profit there. Where's the fucking call spread? I have, what's a put spread? Call. Hmm. This is kind of creeping back up here. I don't know if I trust this to hold these levels. Bearish? That's kind of bearish. Too much volatility here. Risk is red. Unless I got something backwards. I haven't been here in months. I remember you had a lot of upstart. How did you do on that? Pretty well. Thanks for asking. I started taking profits kind of a while ago, back in the like $30 and $40 ranges. Some after earnings that triggered all this, but still did really well on it. We'll re-enter if it drops again. Thanks to the stream yesterday, can you explain, like I'm 5, on how the news last night about BOJ QE would mitigate, exacerbate the carry trade breaking down as discussed on the hot tub stream? It doesn't really mitigate, or it doesn't really mitigate it. It's just part of what constitutes yield curve control, right? Just because they made the funds available doesn't mean that they're actively buying in the market yet. I mean, Japan's 10-year bond is at like 0.6 at market open. It's up from yesterday. They shouldn't affect any kind of bond buying program until it hits 0.1, or as it approaches 0.1. Or sorry, 1.0. Fidelity's shit this morning, no data. SoFi running hard. Interesting. Upstart to 75. I don't know if it'll hit 75, but maybe 70. There's a pretty concentrated attempt to keep it from breaking higher right now. I don't know if they'll be successful or not. They need the indexes to drop alongside their short position. Otherwise, their puts are going to get squeezed out. I personally don't really want to fuck with it today. The amount of put interest makes me not really want to play the upside, and the amount of potential from an index run makes me not want to play the downside. High risk, too volatile. USD yen already hit 142. I know. Short opportunity on J&J. Could be, yeah, the talc settlement. Although, don't forget that that's largely priced in. People expected that to some degree. Yeah. That was one. Zom already beat the Pickles Picks price target. Oh, fuck. Zom's ripping. Okay. I mean, cool. You can move the spread. Options are still super cheap. Hmm. Yeah, oil ripped this morning, 81.50. If this fails to test 4,600, it can go down really, really hard. So keep your eyes open for that. It's just that there's a lot of puts, so a significant rejection could become even more substantial if it breaks below 45.75. You missed my J&J Pickles Pick question. Is J&J play dead? I tried to sell at the price target, but I didn't get fills. Um, yeah, it hit. I mean, once the play hits the price target, it's over. They had some pretty negative news over the weekend too. Hmm. Yeah, this doesn't look particularly good. Yeah, there might actually be a short opportunity here. I'd say if it broke below, it's starting to break below 168. Confirmation at like 167.31, but it does look moderately shortable. Zom only $23 from 130. Math. It's $24 from 130, Lawrence. Fidelity has no options data on mobile. I've been sidelined. Interesting. Is this going to keep pumping? Siri earnings tomorrow, dividend next week. Also, JFresh says it could take a month plus for FTDs to pile up, so be patient. Yeah, he's not wrong, especially if they started compounding a lot of FTDs in order to bring the price back down. But they also failed to bring the price back down substantially, and it's now trading at 530. Which is significantly above the majority of the put interest. And not great for them. Well, not great for anybody holding hundreds of thousands of puts, at least. Was the longest Fidelity totally broken? No options pricing. Huh. You still in Airbnb? No, I got stopped out last Friday. I'm gonna stay out till after earnings. How high is too high for ZOM end of week price target? End of week? I don't know. I'm not playing that range on it. oil's not moving up that fast. They're quoting QQQ August 1 put at 250. Who? I think most people have some conservative calls for Jan. It might pop, but don't go nuts. Yeah, it's really not worth the risk. Not a ton of it. No, Fidelity isn't the bag holder for the 2023 crash. Tell that to BTU. It's going full face off. Oh shit. Nice. Might be time to close some CSPs. Hmm. I get the feeling that they're pushing pretty hard here. Hmm. You know, this might be a little early, but I kind of want to take some profits. 20. Ah, I wish you could set stops on this. What happened when the charts are SPX and ES1 touch? Did Atomic pull his Fubo CCs? It's possible. Fidelity took away the options button. I heard. Is 108 a realistic for Zom by end of week? I'm just asking because I never traded Zom before and I'm learning. No, you're not. You're asking because you're trying to degen into Friday calls. You act like I haven't known you for 2 fucking years, Subway Cup. Don't bullshit me. No, 108 isn't out of the question by the end of the week. It could happen. Huh. Says I'm up 200% on my cover call. Well played. Todd about to get jumped in the break room? Yeah, I think so. I got out of the long side of the position for today for 600 profit. Although I feel like I'll end up regretting that. Now I gotta see what the downside looks like. Stupid weird spread. Kyle Hodgnowski, welcome to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added.
Happy birthday, Gherk.
To the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC.
It's not quite loud enough. I realize that. I followed your pickle pig on 811. Small and trying to learn the ticker. If I should take profit and be done or wait for another small push. I'm not bullshitting you. I was actually curious why 811, not 818. Oh, yeah, it's a shorter play. It's just like a high leverage short play to catch the current bump in oil. Also, a recovery from their earnings sell-off, which was unsubstantiated. Fidelity literally doing this on the day stocks are pumping. They don't want us to take profits. I'm sure they'll get it fixed after the market tanks. Is your BOJ thesis same for the euro as the dollar? Yeah, they both have a very significant spread. So does the pound against the yen. I don't think that the U.S. is the only one doing this. Although European banks have tighter regulations on their speculation. It must be Moana. Also, the New York Times word of the day is morass. Nice. Core nub, more like core scrub. Ayo. I won't be called that by a Tesla degen. Okay, well, first of all, I haven't played Tesla in days. Because you can't afford more than Friday 0 DTEs. I'm in a meeting at work, and now they all know I'm a degenerate due to the loudness. Sorry. Okay, so Jimmy's getting shorted. Could that mean that OPEX might be back on the menu? Hopefully. That'd be cool. I'd like OPEX back on the menu, personally speaking. I just thought you should know that I saw the movie Barbie over the weekend, and I enjoyed it. That is all. Thanks, Nostradamus. Yeah, I know, Carl. Not mod Carl. Thanks, Fidelity. I probably would be down $300 already if I was allowed to buy 0 DTEs. Hmm. No, there, partner. Them's fighting words. With your scrawny Tesla arms. What is going on with you two? Besides us taking profits on 10 $20 Palantir 2024 calls, basis of 40, I think there's room to run. How would Gherk play a runner that you have a leap position in? Stops are in place. I mean, you would just scale out, right? Take profits over time. Um, you could, if you think it's going to continue up for some time, you could lock in profits and sell some theta by turning some of those into like PMCCs. Did Fidelity get to re-up their Tasty Trade subscription? They didn't want retail buying puts at the top here again. It's too hard to do the math at the end of the day. Oh, shit. Todd's fuck. Oh, that's not weird at all. Poor Todd's about to get destroyed. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, that's a weird price. I want someone to think about this poor Fidelity traders answering phone calls on a Monday morning. They're not traders. Is this what it was like back in Jan 28, 21? Literally can't do anything with my port on Fidelity right now. Yeah. Has anybody tried just closing ATP and reopening it? PMCCs for the win with 20% of profits at risk. That was the part I was missing. Thanks for always teaching us how to put the pieces of the puzzle together. No problem, Posty. Thank you, man. Is that a pigeon with rockets on its back or like a mohawk? Is that a mohawk pigeon? I like it. How do I apply for Todd's job? Which day of the week this week for the new 52-week high on SPX? So yeah. I don't know if we're gonna I don't know if we're gonna get one of those. Interesting. That's a lot of put interest. Who's opening all of these? What day of the week is this? He misspelled traders. I had to close and reopen. Oh, okay. Yes, thanks, IT department. I don't feel bad for a guy at a comfy desk after having to answer the phone. No wipes blood away. Hmm. I tried ATP restart twice. I'm getting the same SPX strikes working. Yeah, and the same ones with no data every restart. I don't have a solution for this. I don't really trade options on Fidelity. You could call them and place your orders if you need to. Fidelity's just fucked up today. I just want to say you're the Pickle King. Pittsburgh had its Picklesburg Festival the other weekend, and I didn't see you. What up? I I'm not one to attend festivals. Everyone's having problems with Fidelity options. I don't feel bad for people when they're doing the job they're paid to do. Hmm. TDA letting me buy all the 0 DTE options I want. Yeah, same here on WeBull. ATP is at least showing current positions and able to trade them, but unable to open new stuff. Calling in will probably be fruitless as the wait is insane. Oh, yeah, you have to have more money. That way they answer your calls right away. Were you able to get rid of PDT with your $60 victory on Friday? No, no, but just up, right? I sometimes feel bad for me when I'm doing the job I'm paid to do. How can you become a librarian if that isn't like your passion? I don't think anybody's ever their parents are like, "Oh, you'd make a great librarian." Maybe they are. I could be wrong. I can't say that I earned a lot, but I can say that I learned a lot. Thanks, Girk. Thanks, Morpheus. My Fidelity options just started working again. There you go. My Palantir calls are up 270%. And guess who uses ATP? Fuck my life. If it makes you feel any better, I can't sell covered calls on Palantir right now because those are also my shares are in Fidelity. I wasn't really thinking about it, but now I am. Or GME. Although I already sold those, so I guess I don't really care. By accident. Yeah, nobody becomes a librarian by accident. It's like a lot of work. What neither of those things is how I became a librarian. You're romanticizing. Am I? How did you become a librarian? Or, doesn't it require a master's? New sitcom, How I Became a Librarian. I was a single mom escaping a horrible divorce to a lowish paying but secure job. My passion? LOL. I don't know. I don't know how people end up in libraries. Yes, it does, but I have a brain. I worked hard and proved myself. You worked hard and proved yourself with a master's in library studies, right? Am I wrong here? It's like a really specific educational path. The only reason are those glasses and being able to shush people. You can work hard and prove yourself instead of having a master's? Is this the 70s? I mean, some industries are, they move at a slower pace, trash. I didn't go back for my master's. I taught myself and argued the director that using taxpayer funds to send me to school was irresponsible. Hmm. Hold up. It's a master's in library science? Whatever. I'm thinking Feuds need to bounce off of 45.90. Then we rip up with everything going on this week. I see what you're saying. Okay. What about all the puts? And Todd. To become a librarian, one must enter the librarian society from the age of 5. After 2 decades of rigorous education in shushing and the Dewey Decimal System, you get the job if you're lucky. Yen above 141 is no bueno. It's above their benchmark. That's US dollar yen. But yeah, it's the Bank of Japan doesn't like that. How's positioning looking? There's a lot of volume on the put strikes. Significantly more than there is on the call side. But there is still interest at 4,600. Yeah, put interest is picking up quite a bit. I don't think it's entirely sold. Although we may be having a few rounds of like distributive call selling in these upper ranges before we get any kind of like price action. Although we did have a nice drop earlier. So I'm gonna take some profits. Me. I took some profits. It's a library. Providing free access to the information is literally the backbone of what we do. The master's degree is just elitist. I mean, not if it's a free master's degree. First of all, Steely Dan, it's Todd with 1D. And Todd is the hedge fund gimp who's responsible for keeping the VIX under 14. If Todd doesn't keep the VIX under 14, Todd gets the switch. No trash, you can't be Todd. The Fubo pump the past few days has been absolutely insane. Do you think there'll be another entry opportunity below 275-ish before earnings? I don't know, maybe. What's it doing? Ooh. No. Maybe not. That's really moving. Should we gonna do a thing? Should I have exposure to this? I mean, I do. Should I sell covered calls? Fuck, that went up quick. Um, huh. Maybe Fubo a little sensitive to implied volatility right now. That's fun. I didn't say it was a squeeze play. I just said it was a little sensitive to vol. Todd, I don't appreciate how you all belittle the importance of my job or my skill at it. I know where Freg lives, and it won't be me that gets beat next time Vix goes over 14. Don't you dare threaten Freg. I will fuck you up. Fucking Todd. Go back to your cage. Can we talk about the real MOASS today on SRF? Is it sensitive? Because nobody can fucking trade right now. I got promotions because I'm good at managing people and databases. Anyone can learn the Dewey Decimal System and how to shush effectively. I don't know. I feel I feel betrayed. This entire time I thought I was being shushed by somebody with a master's degree. This could change the entire dynamic. Can you threaten us right into the mic a little bit? No reason. Gross, don't be a baby. Fine. Is Todd that grandma? What? Ah, wait, how many day trades do I have? None. Awesome. Don't worry, I'm number 71 in the queue to chat with a Fidelity rep. I'll get it fixed. Thank God. A, B, and B falling. Under 52, I might 152. I might re-enter. What did it fall to? Oh, okay. Hold on. I need to do something here. Huh. Look at Siri doing a thing. Gork, strange thing, commodities seem to be running. Just a bit. When do you think bears will learn that cheap zero DTs also work for puts? Oh, they will. They know. What if Fidelity wants options traders off their platform before the great drop? Really? It seems like it's stabilizing a little bit for now. My best positions right now are Express, LUMN, and SRF. Huh. Nice. It's very what a conservative profile. Good earnings coming for Siri and a dividend to kick shorts in the nuts. That'd be cool. I mean, I don't really care. Like, it's not like I'm gonna sell my calls. Isn't T5 for Siri OPEX, or was that Friday? It was Friday. Fidelity working, but it keeps prompting with this margin call service. I don't want anything extra, and it seems expensive. How do I turn it off? Asia had a good day. Maybe commodities or China related. It's possible. It's also the currency dynamics right now. Thoughts on coin for this week? Um, BTC still moving. Huh. Zom is fucking melting face right now. God damn. Hold on, give me a second. There could be a play to the upside for like 102 with risk at like 97.60. Here's my only Neo guy question for the day. What do you think about 10 million opening candle? Did EV sales reach a bottom? Are we about to see record sales for July? Probably not. Although the Chinese government is going to start subsidizing electric vehicle purchases probably over the next like 6 months. But I'm definitely not chasing some short vol positions getting squeezed out. Or squeezing themselves out. I find the current VIX 14 and SPX drop situation incredibly funny. Win boom. I don't know. Volatility's picking up everywhere. They're just trying to constrain it here, so. Are BTU CSV still an attractive play? I don't know. It moved pretty hard this morning. I wonder if pricing's still worthwhile. Not really. They're like at 2%. That's in the money. Yeah, it's not really worth it. For all of those not in Zom, I have no sympathy since I've been shilling it over a year. Zom will probably hit 130 this August. It might. If oil gets back to $100 a barrel. No problem, Balani. I saw an ad for Toad in 900-mile range and 10 minutes charge time. Yep. SoFi's up 20%. Keep holding. Why not? Aren't they like a big beneficiary of like refinance student debt? Do you have a near-term buy target for GME? No. I don't really buy GME. I just own it. But I wouldn't buy it at any price it's currently trading at. Earlier, the Chinese manufacturers themselves appear to have bought and registered their own cars to pad their numbers, leaving them in a giant makeshift parking lots. Maybe the next move is subsidies? Maybe. Although, I don't know if they're going to do that with Neo. It appears Fidelity options data is back to live. The market can resume trading. Oh, yeah. Well, retail's back, guys. Watch out. Is Lily finally going down like Chat's mom? I think they expect to hit like full production by late 2024. I bought it 24 and I regret it. I know you did. Banks are strong and resilient and well funded. Hashtag free the VIX. What exactly is Palantir doing, and do you expect it to drop sub 13 in the future? Palantir is riding a similar hype wave currently that it rode back when everybody was obsessed with blockchain. Since nobody knows what Palantir does, they can always do whatever thing is most popular at the time. It very well could go back to 13 though. It's very liquid, and its investors don't generally have a lot of confidence. So yeah, I think if there was a big market downturn, it could drop. I've just been selling shares and CCs all the way up. It's been fun. So chop until calls get cheaper, run up hard end of day. I don't know. This could very well fail. There's a lot of sold calls at 4,600. I thought Palantir made sandals. Not that I know of. But it is summertime. I guess they could start. No, that's not Palantir. That was God, I forgot the name of the company. What was the stupid bicycle company that kept killing children? Peloton? Peloton. Yeah, Peloton. SCX filling last week's downside gap to 45.40 today. That'd be cool. There's a bit of a struggle here. They really can't let SPX slip below 45.75. There's quite a lot of put interest down there. But their attempts to turn price around today are far weaker than they were last Friday. Palantir makes toe rings. At this point, it seems unlikely for Upstart to go back to 20 anytime this year. Okay. That might be true. Yo, Gurk, what's GME GM? Would you say that selling CC over or near GM every Monday for the next Friday could be considered conservative? Selling zero point 0.2 delta for next week? Gamma Max is like 27 right now, and for next week, that's 0.13 delta. It's not terrible, but the yields aren't great. Yes, there's slightly less risk in assignment. It might be my phone. I don't know. Did I get a text message? It was a feature, not a bug. They were just punishing parents for not working out. Too soon, stocks. I want to dig into the BOJ developments for my own firm and specifically want to try to understand which US banks have the most exposure to the carry trade you discussed. How would I do this? What firm? Are $1 or 150 Fubo CSV still worth doing for Jan? Are any of the meme stocks better yields? I don't know. Compare them and use a calculator. That was the biggest ask I've ever seen on here. It's interesting. How likely are we to test 4,600? So far it doesn't look great. Hmm. Was that a Todd intern want help? My hedge fund, not Citadel, knows who all the players are in this trade. Ask me for $25. My pooty toots and collywalls are dying. Because of the flat. Just want to know, when you're done helping that guy, could you also do your job, my job for me? I work for the Bank of Japan and would like to figure out and characterize our counterparty risk. How do I do that? VIX 14 wall is such a meme. It's hilarious to watch. It's kind of funny. Weak on stream likes? I don't know. Are people not liking the stream? People always like the stream. You guys love this place, right? What PT are you eyeing for A, B, and B entry? Uh, I don't know. Part of me doesn't want to fuck with it with earnings coming up. Another part of me really wants to fuck with it. It's still too high. Although it did get rejected off of the trend. I probably wouldn't take an entry unless it hit. Actually, yeah. Like 151. Ideally 150. Not that there isn't a play in testing that. There probably is. It's a smaller move. Actually, that might be better. Maybe I'll play the smaller move. When's earnings? The 8th? Or the 6th? Oh, 3rd. They're this week. That I don't like. Hmm. For out of the money Vega would play is 0.03 low, right? Like 0.03 Vega? That's really far out of the money. Are there any ways we can find out which banks are more exposed to the BOJ carry trade? Yeah, but now I don't want to tell you. DM me. Gherk, I'm looking for a promotion at work. Can you write a report for me on what will be the top performing stock this recession? And a detailed analysis on the cause and when a recession will recur. How many people here are plagiarizing my work to get promotions at their jobs? Two. I need to start charging more for Dillionaire. Does posting on Reddit for internet points count as plagiarism? Yeah. Nobody answer. Is Upstart dead? It's got a lot of put interest. I don't know if it's dead. Did it turn around? They're shorting the fuck out of it. They bought a massive amount of puts last Friday. Ooh. Somebody slapped Siri hard. They slapped Fubo too. No? Fubo's still doing okay. Interesting. Hmm. Don't you dare price up Dillionaire. I'm not break even yet. Oh, well, listen, if $5 a month is going to break the bank, then you may never get back to break even. I'm not sure how stock tips and tricks help behind the Wendy's dumpster, but I'm still taking notes. Thanks, Daniel. Can you come up with a witty comment for me about asking you to do all the work for me to pick a stock? I plagiarized it, but my boss stole it and was promoted. I'm 38 minutes behind. Can I put trades in ATP? It's just that the prices are wrong. Despite updating a Friday's SPX spread, shows 4.9 when it was really 1.85, things like that. I mean, did you try placing the order at 4.9 though? Like what if it filled? What's going on with Tup? Short? Yeah. Dork, are we still long Tup? Hmm. That was a rhetorical question. What's that? I can't hear you. You're breaking up. You sold, didn't you? You're so skittish. I get fired as I enter all the best picks and watch them drop. Please do raise the Dillionaire above Pigeon Wheel so I can make fun of myself. Jack on the horse. Thank you so much, man. Did you want to say something in that? Or no? Gork, we are replicating a breakthrough materials technology experiment that's hot right now with revolutionary potential. Could you lend a couple of quants to draft our paper for publishing? I thought Dork only managed the Tootsie Roll port. I mean, what does Tup do? They make Tupperware. I'm not gonna lie to you, Dork. I did sell a few, but I have more. Gorg, I tried ghosting your plays and accidentally made a room temperature superconductor. Beyond is a little spicy. Yeah, it's moving a bit. Hmm. Is this gonna break down or up ever? There's there's a bit of a struggle going on. There's some call buyers that really want to squeeze the 4600 strike, but then there's put buyers buying puts that are in the money, which makes it really hard to bump the gamma up. Also, put buyers are buying puts at all the strikes out of the money too. And the gamma flip point has moved up to 45, 57, 50. Like fast gamma. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a fuck if I cut my arm bleeding. GME was my last resort. Edgy. We had a lower high on the 5 minute earlier, and now if we get rejected again, will we break down? Yeah, it's possible. I think one more small push up, maybe test like 45.90 again. 95. I think we could test 95 again. Although on the test of 95, are we gonna see vol move up? Did anybody understand the title for today's stream? I just want to point out that it was amazing. You have a unique mug. Okay. Did you see me out and about over the weekend? My family's in town. It's a joke about moms being old and named Hubbard. No, it's an L. Ron Hubbard joke because it's a MOASS improbable stream card. Never mind. Come on, SVX, just a 4 more BPS up. Give me that epic fill. Are you trying to get filled on like 45-25s right now? You think we can actually read? You really don't know your base whatsoever. No, I do. I believe in you. That's the problem. I'm building a floating deck with built-in pergola around the edge. Pergola? That has a cast iron pipe curtain rods with sunshades and mosquito netting and slide shading. Okay, that sounds ambitious. When you're looking at SPX that you're talking about on stream, are you looking at 0 DTs, weekly, or combo of the next few weeks? I look at both. I look at 0 DTs and all expirations. But mostly I focus on 0 DTs. They have the most gamma, right? Did the harness hurt your twig and berries? No, actually. There was some pinching initially, Rusty, but it's all better. Where's Siri? It's over here. Deep, I get it. Tom is nuts, but can act. Yeah, yeah. He's super crazy and also not a good actor. Wow, trash. 45.65 at 90 cents. The drop kind of killed. I'm making a cult joke concurrently with the Mission Impossible joke, centered around Tom Cruise's participation in the Church of Scientology and its correlation to Superstock. It's okay. It's too many layers, I understand. How come wheat died? I don't know. Because it ran like crazy? People stopped speculating. Excuse me, did you not watch his performance on Oprah? That was maybe okay. If you have to explain you're losing, I know. I've already accepted defeat. I love when Greg is halfway through reading my comment and then his ADHD brain switches it back to something else. It would totally go over their head at Super Stonk. I know. That's why it's so great. We died because of Ukraine. 180k crops were destroyed. Yeah, that's not bearish for wheat prices, though. Thanks, it's bleak. Is 45.85 a fortress? Come on, SVX. You can do it just a little bit higher. Should I be trying to buy a 45.65 for $1? I'm looking for that Bed Bath & Beyond going out of business sale on that contract. Wheat because Russia offered to send 50K tons of wheat to African countries to offset the 30 million tons that won't get exported from Ukraine. Okay. There's someone paying attention to it. Can you take a look at FSR? Will it have a Carvana-like run? Well, probably not because it's a different stock, right? I actually like Fisker, but probably not. They haven't done exceedingly well. It is picking up some accumulation though, so it might have some potential as like a buy and hold. I had a few friends that work for that company. They were doing some cool shit way before other people. Although I think they sold a lot of like patents in order to get funding. That might be not great for them in the long term. Did you give out a 45-0 GTE buy signal? No. I'm just gonna see if I can get a fill on one at $1 because it's $1 times 100. Can you play cat earnings, or is it impossible for them to repeat previous earnings? It hasn't been impossible so far. But Dad, you have no more day trades left. I know. Times 100. Gork? What? If you had a high cost basis on GME and wanted to get out as soon as possible, what would be an ideal route for exiting? Selling? That's usually how you exit a position as fast as possible. I'm gonna run with a 1.1. Overpaying. I might not have gotten the Inception level stream card, but I've been here long enough to know $1 costs 100. Yes. Look at Cobra acting all high and mighty, being able to afford an extra 10% premium. Thoughts on how long it'll take saltwater powered cars to become mainstream? What? Who's got a saltwater powered car? Price of smart water is about to skyrocket. Thoughts on jellyfish telekinesis? Probably real. I mean, they're basically aliens, right? How does positioning look for SPX? It's very divided. Oh shit. Boom. Greg, we need to talk about Mork's feet and the lack of toe rings. Who do you think started toe ring gang? Mork's just really into toe rings. It wasn't even about options. Those motherfuckers don't want to fill me up. What's your limit price on it? Hold on. I'm gonna play guess the contract Dork's trying to buy. It's a 40/50. And he's trying to buy it for 30 cents. No, 25 cents. Is this accurate? Or is it the 40/55 for 50 cents? 90 cents on the 65? It's greedy, man. Nanoflow supercar making 920 HP, but it costs $1 million. 0 to 60, 2.8 seconds. I sent you a DM with the link. So it's what? It's using salt water as the like for the battery? I did try at one point my limit 380 when the bid was 4. Orders were accurately filling, but the data shown was bad. So it was fun. Restarted, all good now. All right. Usually when shit like that happens, the brokerage fixes it as fast as possible. Hmm. No, it uses saltwater for the fish, and the fish drive it. It's genius. I feel like the technology is more impressive than the fucking car. What's up, Jorek? I've been binge watching Shark Tank. It's a good show. I'm slowly falling in love with Kevin O'Leary. Stop it. Gork is so hot. Jesus Christ. I thought bear flags were bearish. What has a bear flag? This is a head and shoulders, not a bear flag. Mark Cuban did support the first iteration of Superstock. Yeah, that was when I should have sold. I have an assorted fruit and nut business. I had 12K in revenue last year and lost 50K on that. I'm valuing my business at $75 million. That sounds about accurate. How do you lose money on fruit and nuts? Everyone loves nuts. I have, yeah. That's every single Shark Tank episode. I'm allergic to nuts. All of them? Looking pretty bearish. It's not looking like anything. We're just trading flat. Hmm. I mean, it's okay. It doesn't look great, but it's still gonna probably take a little bit of time. Expecting good earnings for Fubo? No, I'm just expecting them to keep doing what they're supposed to be doing, which should be slightly better than the prior quarter. Although Netflix took a little bit of a hit this quarter, and I'm sure that's going to be industry wide. So Fubo may feel the effects of that this or next quarter. The lack of bullishness is inherently bearish. Interesting. That's a hot take. No, this is the most bearish pattern that exists. The longer we trade flat, the better for call buyers or call sellers. I'm pretty happy with my positioning here. I think we got a little bit of time before this breaks down or goes anywhere. Hmm. What's serial liquidity looking like today? Oh, that's not good. Dirk. What? I'm being pissed at Kenny. Yeah, but look at the goodies. Time to YOLO another Siri call. Probably not. Ooh. I got a cereal with a cool $10. I'm not overholding another meme stock this time. What's the point of buying meme stocks if you're not going to overhold them? Achievement unlocked. Caught the falling knife. Huh. Oh, did you get... Oh, nice. You got your fill. Todd is trying harder. I still think we could test, like, this morning's high again. Although, it's progressively looking worse and worse. Huh. Interesting. Fubo app. What's... still don't like ABNB. Huh. Can the top squeeze gain any traction? I'm thinking about rolling the dice. I don't know. Where are they selling vol? Hmm. That's when they love to pump. Just when it's looking worse and worse. Well, that's when options, the calls are like the cheapest, right? TUP is up almost 400%. How much higher do you think it will run? Shave balls? Fubo gonna break 330 today. I don't know, maybe. It's looking like it's getting some momentum. I'm pretty impressed with what it's done so far. I'm not looking for it to break 330 so much as I am 350. It usually gets rejected on 330. It's never really acted as a good support. So hopefully it just blows through that and tests 50. Uh, Actually, no, I don't want to get that. Hmm. Uh, I heard shave balls. What's up? What's up, Baradactyl? My calls and puts are dying a slow and agonizing death. Yeah, well, it'll probably start to accelerate one way or the other here in a bit. Just need a little bit longer. There's a lot of volume. There's just not a lot of price action. I'm having a ton of success with Zom. Thanks. No problem, Greg. Congratulations. Are you gonna fill the gap? Which gap? I already own Top. I have it. I have it in my other account. Me and Dork bought it like last week. Oh, actually, I don't know if Dork bought in, but I bought some last week. I'm thinking of considering if adding to it is worth the risk reward, but it probably isn't right now. Okay, we bounced off 45.90. Is it all down now? No. Was it a pickles pick? No, I don't. We don't put anything in pickles picks with squeezy stuff anymore because people do stupid shit. I joined yesterday. How do I join the country club? Oh, Ryan, you link your YouTube and Discord accounts, and that'll unlock the extra channels and stuff. I thought centaurs stored all of their food in clay pots hidden deep in the Forbidden Woods. Why would they need Tupperware? Oh, sometimes you want that airtight seal. No problem, Ryan. I'm gonna take a shot. Please press pause on the market for me. Thanks. Just walk away from your computer. There you go. Perfect. Why no squeezy plays? No one's complaining about it that much because people like YOLO their life savings in and they don't sell, and then I have to hear bitching for 2 years, like Revlon. Or Bobby. And Bobby ran. Even the ones where money can be made, somehow it isn't. So why talk about him? No one bought Sens. Sens was never a play. Also, I'm pretty sure the day we talked about it, it then ran. Didn't most of the people who complained badly leave? No. What? What, Cobra? Cossum already squoze. That was like a 1 day play. People overheld that shit too. They did like a surprise reverse split. And then I sold before it closed. And the next day the price was like down 50%. Sense is my thing. What about Wetzel's Pretzels? I was promised generational wealth and financial freedom. Uh, when do we get out of Spurt? Oh, fucking Christ. I forgot about Spurt. That was some fun shit, man. Like, Prague wasn't me. I don't remember who wrote up the DD on that, but I had fucking nothing to do with it. CLVR has always been a piece of shit. When are my Ader calls gonna print? The only thing I ever bought on Ader were puts. And I bought so many of them. People used to come in here and be like, Ader's going to $100. Dutch Brothers. Oh god, there's been so many fucking meme squeezes. Just Kenny harvesting free money from retail. BBIG. Yeah. Damn, is this really gonna fail? Looking good. Any free memberships floating around today? If not, I'm out. See you later, Upmoon. Remember when we were shilling a root squeeze? Oh wait, that was trade spotting. Yep, it was not me. I had no interest in that company whatsoever. I figured if I wouldn't insure my car with them, I definitely wouldn't buy their stock. The Zom call was fire, I know. I'll hand out some Dillionaire coupons if we hit 45.65. Huh. Interesting. Hmm. Yes. I'm waiting for the news article. BlackRock introduces new AI trading model that emphasizes value and fundamentals. In other news, SGX dropped 35% on the news of Ford making a new EV. But Sideways is the best guy who's bored. How jealous are you of my 90-cent fill? Not. I'm not. Lies? You can sell your seething. Someone got 80 cents, so how do you feel about them? I know we were talking in the pickle jar to hire someone to plant a Chinese flag on TSMC HQ in Taiwan. Could we also hire someone to take out Todd? Maybe. Why is sideways good? I assume it's because you have an iron condor. No, because sideways breaks, right? Periods of very contracted price action generally precede periods of highly volatile price action. What are your thoughts on top chasing at this point? Probably. Good morning, ending. Fighting tooth and nail for 45.85. Well, they can't let it slip. There's a lot of put interest to the downside. Actually, there's a lot of put interest just at the money. Ooh, Gamma Flip moved up again. 45.62.50 now. Sorry if you've been bothered at all by it, all morning by it, but what happened to Fubo? I just rolled half this morning to next week because of this pump and earnings this week. I have only $3 covered calls. Did you roll them up or just out? I mean, I don't know. Everything's kind of running across like IWM. Oh, interesting. Profit taking at the $5 strike. Fubo's still moving up. Hey Greg, I made my coffee too fine to grind and a pour over this morning. Is there anything I can do to save the bitterness of it? You can put like a pinch of salt in it. Just out. I can't do up right now. I mean, then I guess hope they miss. I don't know if this run is gonna persist. Indexes are starting to sell off a bit. Russell not as much, but it might start to come down if everything else pulls on it. Gork, red candle. I know, Dork. That's why I only did half. Typically, Fubo doesn't stay above 3 for long, but earnings could change that. Yeah, absolutely. You guys, I saw a weird orange orb last night. Did you get drunk and pass out in front of a bottle of orange juice? Do you need under 45.65 end of day? No. Under 45.75 would be ideal, I think. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Kirk is going to beat Todd. No. AMC getting spicy. Hmm. What's going on with J&J? Bounce, test. Test there. A little higher. Ooh. Quick rejection. Hmm. Oh shit, 1 second. What's the stock in the bottom left? GME? If equities dump, what happens to T-bill ETFs like T-bill and bill? It'd probably go up. Is it a pickles pick? Once upon a time. Can you talk a little bit about the moaning sounds you made to Doric when you looked at the Siri liquidity chart? I have a large amount of 818 $6 calls I'm hoping you are also excited about. There's not a lot of theta. I mean, it looks like they're using alternative sources of liquidity, which, while very extensive on Siri, are still limited. And that means that there can be a continuation of price action when that liquidity is stabilized. Look at the Jan 25 350s compared to Jan 24 5s. The difference is $1. Are these basically free? They're cheap. Can this fail quick? If it falls below 45.75, then yeah, it could. There's still call side support at 80 and 75. Devarama. Although I do suspect that a lot of the calls at 45.95 and 4600 are being sold. First quarter after they offended the Republicans. I mean, I'm not going to play their earnings. Just because they had decline in sales in one product, it doesn't mean it was across the board. So, probably just risky knowing that. Thanks to the Siri chart explanation, you rock. Date my sister. She's hot as fuck per all my other buddies who smashed it. Huh. Are you an owner of Siri Leaps? I have a few, yeah. Mostly September contracts, but I do have some Leaps. So long-term puts on Upstart makes sense with the Japan YCC news. Hmm. That's a good question. I mean, yes, it could have an effect on them. But no, that may not be the best target. It's probably a good one, but it's maybe not the best. It's still very illiquid. Think of all the angry rednecks who bought a pack of their beer so they could smash one of the cans on TikTok. What are you considering risk on J&J? Oh, I'm not. I can't close contracts. Thanks, John Smith. The stream now has ads on mobile for tea booster supplements. Joke's on the only tea I have is the Boomer Mobile Network. You know those ads are curated, right? Username face. Is the buyback on PBR done already? I'm not sure. Why? Is it going to change policy to 45% yield? Hmm. That's going to piss off the government. When people ask what you do you say you're a trader or a Japanese game show host? Ah, good question. Someone asked me that the other night. I said I was a pseudo father figure to a group of 20-something man children with horrific gambling addictions. Shouldn't talk to me again after that. 20-something? Take the compliment. Oh, okay. I don't own any ninja swords. I'm telling you, man, she thought you were a pastor. Am I not? Apologies if you already answered. If you had to pick 3 days of the week to trade, which days would they be, and how would you alter your risk? Hmm. Hmm. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and I wouldn't carry positions overnight. Red candle. Yep. Oh shit, did I end up in a cult again? No, I don't like trading Mondays. Tuesdays are better. Why select those days? I don't know. There's probably reasoning behind it. If your theory on the BOJ comes to pass, it's not a theory. What will happen with the US bond market? um, well, at first they'll short bonds and try to spread yields as much as they can to stabilize the carry trade. If that collapses and they spread yields too far and incentivize treasury buying and pressure their own treasury shorts, they're probably fucked. Are you seeing any profit taking on these drops from the put side? There's a little bit on the first drop. Although this one's probably not going to capitulate so easily. If you touch me on Sunday, I'll clean my pastor. Thanks for all you do for us. What are you expecting from Amazon earnings? Uh, Analysts raised guidance on what's historically not a very good quarter for Amazon. They could miss. I think it heavily depends on labor costs, sales, and well, transportation costs are down, so that could balance things a bit. Hmm. I think Amazon's more fairly valued than a lot of the other tech companies. Like Amazon and Microsoft are probably the most reasonably priced out of like the Mag 7. I would say that the potential for Amazon to beat is there. Asset bubble kind of reinflating drives up consumer confidence, which leads to people spending money on shit they don't need. And Amazon sells a lot of shit people don't need. Also, AWS was doing better last quarter. I think that trend could persist. So, um, I don't know if they'll beat the increased analyst expectations, but they may come pretty close. Was the sell-off calls closing? Maybe. I could look. Hmm. A bit. I think most of the calls being open here are being sold, but a bit. 4580 is the most important level right now, but 4575's pretty even too. There's still a lot of resistance in this range, like enough that it could create a floor. So we want to break through this for it to get really bearish. Although VIX is continuing to move up, so When do you think we'll have the margin call sell everything moment? When is everyone going to realize they're holding bags of excrement? Usually, once the prices on those bags start dropping, which they're not really doing today. Microsoft and Meta a little bit, but uh, Netflix is up. Tesla's up a little bit. Apple and Amazon are doing like they're stable today, so probably not a lot of fear there. Yeah, I'd say it's about it. About three things on Amazon I didn't need yesterday. Nice. Are we in a bull market? I mean, technically, yes. The, the market has increased substantially in the last 90 trading days. Economically, probably not. Earnings aren't really in line with a bull market. So, I would still classify this as kind of a like a bear rally. There's a lot of series shares available to borrow. Why aren't they using them? Drives up the borrow rate. They use them a bit initially, and there's not that many available to borrow. SoFi CC's at 13, safe for this Friday. Hmm. Are they in the money? If they're in the money, they're not safe. No. Okay. Give me a second. Let me look. Gamma Max is at like 14, although I highly doubt it's gonna move that much. Yeah, above 12's got some decent resistance. I think SoFi had earnings today. Uh, that's a little risky. Anyone watch Baki? There's a new foe called Pickle. He eats his victims just like Pi-Fi. I don't know if you saw, but Siri got an analyst upgrade from sell to neutral, so you could say big things are happening. I don't know. Maybe if they say AI during their earnings call, you know, AI will be making the new chat radio content for them or something. People can just like phone in chat GPT. That's what I would do if I was the CEO of SiriusXM. I would create a station with a live call center where people could call in and ask chatbots questions. It'd be the most popular show in the world on SiriusXM. Because their goal is to exit their short position. You don't exit a short position by shorting more shares. Why not? That's actually not true. You just don't exit a short position by shorting more shares directly. Sofa had earnings this morning, I think. What's the expectation for GME this week? Nothing burger? Yeah, not really. It looks like it's still getting shorted. There is some call interest starting to come in a tiny bit. Are you gonna hedge your calls for Siri earnings? No. I don't. I just don't have that much exposure. Like I don't care about the money that I put into Siri at all. I keep books for a bunch of third-party logistics companies for Amazon. They buy delivery routes. Revenue is down in quarter two. Less delivery income. Interesting. Well, that matters, but AWS matters more. Higher, low on VIX? Possibly. We start to see the call positioning get ground down. I mean, this is kind of how price action has to go because the market maker hedge is very positive still, right? Gamma neutral's much closer to where we're trading now, but we're still above it. Series, same like Rev. I mean, I don't think they have any immediate fears of bankruptcy. And no, Revlon was a volatility play, right? It had a 7 million share float and an obscene amount of options interest that the market maker was having a extremely difficult time appropriately pricing. Series a big bank arb play on a blue chip with a massive float. Um, so no, not the same. So they're basically the same. Fuck you, dork. Did you just call Siri a blue chip? I mean, they are. You guys seem to think they're like a failing business or something. They're not. I mean, they're not doing as well as they've done in the past, but they're far from being like a failing business. They're profitable quarter over quarter. Their margins aren't great, but they have okay cash flows. Last quarter they took a bit of a hit, but in the prior quarters they were making, between 300 million and half a billion a quarter. Well, streaming from your phone, I don't get how a company like Siri stays in business. People buy it. They have a lot of debt. I mean, that's probably the biggest problem with them. But they have the cash flows to pay that debt off. And they grew total equity last quarter by like 10%. So they are paying the debt off. It's just a lot of it. Siri isn't readily going bankrupt. Why am I invested in this? Every card comes preloaded, and people over 45 hate to think or use apps. Well, now more recently, one of my friends was telling me that like when you pay for the data service plans for like on BMWs and Mercedes and stuff, you just get Siri as or like you get Sirius as part of that package. So people just have it. The car company's paying for it as like a selling point, right? And then um Sirius is making the money from that. Nice, Funkel. Third time's the charm to break down. We'll see. It's got a lot of positioning to grind away here, and it's not going to get ground down unless it like we start to see some calls actually closing, which they're not yet. What do you think will happen at Fubo's earnings call on Friday? Well, they'll probably announce their financial information from the prior quarter. Um, Generally, that'll be submitted to the SEC in the form of a 10Q. They might discuss some forward looking projections for the company and their management's goals and a roadmap to how they're going to obtain those goals. Fud, bullish. Don't ever let anyone say you don't have a sense of humor. I won't. We got at least another 30 minutes of this shit. Ryan Reynolds is going to come out as a Welsh soccer Deadpool and yell goal for 5 minutes, and that's it. The stock will be $80 by the end of the day if they do that. Are you being facetious? No, that's what's going to happen. You know what? I'd even put money on it. I almost guarantee that some sort of financial statement is going to be released. Oh, what if they pull a Ryan Cohen though and fire their CEO and then cancel the meeting? Shit. I didn't think there was risk involved in this. Timeout Dork for me, I can't anymore. I know that the only reason Dork's a mod is so you can't time him out. Is Vu a good place to park capital for 25 years? Sure, if that's what you want to do. I don't know if it'll beat the. I don't know if it'll beat inflation, but it's a place that you can park capital for 25 years. You know, 20-year treasuries are at like 4.2%. Who the fuck is David Gandler? Never doubt RC's willingness to pull a rug when he gets a chance. I hear his favorite target is elderly mobile homes. Do you have a Carvana position? I'm short it. Is Syria a good place to park capital for 3 months? And did I mention it needs to increase 50% in that time? David Gandler slapped my grandma. Wow. QQQ been flat, SPY flat. How flat is the market? it's it's curved. You have to zoom out. I know who he is, Atomic, but who cares? Are gumball machines a good investment? Not owning, operating them, just buying a bunch of yummy gumballs. Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of investment that feeds your soul, you know? Details on your Carvana short position. Let's see. I have 55, 60 short call spreads. So sold at 55, long at 60, and those are for August 18th. And then I have 55 and $50 puts for September 15th. Who goes long on a company that's doing a share offering? I see him pull the rug. He just realized Sue Gove is a piece of shit, riding into the Bobby into the ground, and he sold his shares. Then all the regards who bought Bobby at $15 got fucked. Simple as that. This is true. Her Buffett has a gumball machine in his office. Coincidence? No. I think Carvana completed their offering. Okay. That should help offset the rapid decline of the price of their inventory. Is SPX ever going to break 4580? There's a very good chance that the answer to that question is no. Yeah. When 4570? That's what I'm waiting for. Headache again. I missed the morning. Is it only me, or does it look like they're trying really hard but failing to grasp for support on the SPX? They are trying really hard, but they are slowly losing ground to sold calls and a fairly significant accumulation of puts at, in, and out of the money. We all missed the morning because of Fidelity. I can't believe how many people are trading options on Fidelity. Cool, so Todd's gonna get the cane today? Todd got the cane a little bit earlier today already. He may get it even more. Nice. Fuck Todd. When Siri face melts, is it done now that the T dates have passed? Not necessarily. But probably. Hmm. Do you have an upside target on Zom or just higher? I do. The next upside target is 108.50. I do have stops on my positions, and I've closed out the spread, so it's just the levered long. You grab the top calls for funsies. Yeah, I have another slightly larger position on top in my other account that I've been slowly scaling out of. So I figure the risk return on it was decent enough for this account, so I bought a few. They're pretty cheap. Why do the Carvana position in the money? I opened it in the money. Well, I opened it when it was out of the money. It's now in the money. Although technically the sold calls are out of the money. So half the position's out of the money. The other half of the position is in the money. What are some better alternatives for options compared to Fidelity? TDA, IBKR. Fidelity kind of sucks for options. It's a good it's fine if you're just doing like cover calls or something that doesn't require a lot of management, but once you start getting into option strategies that require a lot of management, it kind of falls off. Also, they're really stingy with margin and approvals, which makes them less ideal for degenerate trading. No problem, man. Is Todd's boss the composite man? If that's how you want to imagine it. I made 25% on top and dipped out. Hmm. Let's see. I got in last Wednesday morning. And I've sold off about 70% of the initial position. It was just a small one. I put like 3,500 in it or something. You'll always get assigned with everybody. It's really rare not to get assigned. Puts ramping up at 45.70. Cool. Yeah, I still think there's going to be more time before anything fun happens. If JPY, if JP10Y keeps spiking, that's going to cause more de-risking and Japan bond buying, causing them to sell securities. So if someone goes short, if you go short the Japanese 10-year right now, you can stay short until the rate hits 1.0. Then you can go long. Wait for them to affect quantitative easing, right? And then when the rate drops and stabilizes, you can go short the 10-year again. So they're basically incentivizing that trade by raising their yield curve. And if they keep pressuring the 1% yield and forcing Japan to do quantitative easing, Japan may or may not sell US treasuries in order to fund that easing. So, I mean, they need liquidity to step into the market and act as a buyer, right? What membership bracket was the top play in? Me and Dork's DMs. I mean, when we bought it, we had no idea if it would go up. I don't even know if Dork bought it. Did you buy it or no? How do you feel about ZOM 110s for September 15th? I mean, I already have like 105s, so I don't know. It's a bit greedier, but probably not terrible. I might go with a little more theta, and I would slowly enter the position because Zom could fall back to 105 pretty easily still. Don't forget that there's a lot of short interest on oil right now. Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index came in below expectations. When bean counters get scared, they done fucked up on soft landing hubris. I don't think anybody actually thinks there's going to be a soft landing. They just tell that so someone comes in and picks up their bags. Question: how does one become the new dork? I mean, you'd have to find dork, um, and make a dork skin suit. Yeah. And even then, you might not pass muster. You need to chop his head off and absorb his powers like in Highlander. Did Dirk suggest the top play to you after he saw Zip Trader talking about it? How do you feel about Dirk cheating on you with Zip Trader? I didn't hear Zip Trader. I don't even know who the fuck that is. No, we were just looking at like all the short basket shit. Me and Skarn were talking about fucking top and Discord like last Thursday. I don't think the Vega will matter. The only question is, are those bought or sold? Probably sold. Do you think SPX might stay pretty flat for the next few days? I mean, they're trying to keep it from failing today. I would imagine if puts continue to accumulate, they're not going to be able to do that for much longer. Gamma neutral is rising very close to spot, so the longer they keep it flat, the more likely it is to just slip under gamma neutral anyway. So you're telling us that a valid trading strategy is to no life scrubbing through your Discord? I didn't say that. I even posted part of me and Dork's DMs in the Discord. I love Bruce Wayne's question here. Do you think the SPX will stay pretty flat for the next few days? Why don't you just ask me what you want to ask? Can I sell an at the money condor and make money? Selling theta on SPX is dangerous right now. Oh, you didn't hide it that well, Pigeon Teeth. I want to do a bull put spread on SPX, but it seems like a very bad idea right now. It is. You answered it already. I know I did. But why don't you just ask the actual question? I love how everyone tries to get around me not telling them about their positions by asking questions that appear to be like information based and educational, but really they just want to know what to degen into. Like Gork, if you theoretically thought that this meme stock was going to go up 30% in the next 5 days, what position would you buy and how would you manage the risk on that? I know popcorn doesn't bullshit me. Am I the only one who wants to just degen into calls anymore? Dude, I'm like 4x leveraged on ZOM right now to the upside. I bought Fubo 350s today and top $5 calls. Which 0DT SAX contract should I buy in the next 25 minutes? None of them. But if I were gonna get one, I'd probably be at the money. At the money and bearish. Some of us want to know how the sausage is made. Others are here to just gobble glizzies. We don't make sausages. We need your blessing or the options won't print. I can back this up with proof. If we didn't phrase our questions differently, the only question in chat would be puts or calls, sell or buy. Yeah, but then I can just raise the membership prices to astronomical levels, right? And then the only questions in chat will be, hey, Gork, did you see that red candle? I'll be like, yeah, Dork, I did. Are my September RTY 2000 puts safe? I bought them 10 minutes ago. I like where your head's at. If we break 45.80, where do you see us falling to? 45.75? What's up with top shorts? Yeah. The top of this week's orange box is 45.75. What? Not Zom with a Z. ExxonMobil. Not Zemetica. This company's shit. I checked my brokerage account. Everything is just sitting in cash. I thought I told you to manage this for me. Why have you not purchased anything? I was adhering to a specific set of risk management protocols. Sometimes the best position's the one you don't take, Cobra. $46.65 today or lower? $45.65? I don't know. There's a lot of resistance still. That's where the majority of put positioning is, though. I still like 0DTE bear call spreads on SPX right now safe. No, not really. Well, it depends where you sell them, but no, it's not worth the premium to sell them that far out of the money right now. Fine, you got me. I'm buying Rig 11Cs for Jan 2024, and I'm a cheap old degenerate. Yeah, I didn't think you were buying Zom. Unbelievable. J&J seemed like it's going to journey any lower this week or in danger of a bounce. I think it can keep dropping. We'll see. I mean, it's at resistance right now. I I mean, I can't close my fucking puts anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. I'll see what it does tomorrow, but 4560 Cs on Fidelity are broken and ruining my spreads. Stuck at 150, 160, which they will buy them for, but you can only sell them for 40 cents. Close it and reopen it. I know some people were having some success with like cycling the program. Can you switch GME for Fubo? Yeah, I guess I could. I don't really need to. I don't think I need to manage anything today unless it starts running. Although Fubo's not very fucking exciting either. Is there a chance of Fubo retracing lower before earnings? Would like a better exit opportunity on some spreads. Sure, yeah, if Russell dumps, Fubo could drop pretty hard. But it's got to do it before earnings because earnings is an unknown. And IV's going to continue to rise into earnings. My strat's always with cheaper alternatives for minimal risk of loss and max gain potential. Sometimes that's just playing the wrong stock, though. Like, sympathy plays aren't always profitable. And as a long term strategy, it's generally a failure. If you could just take 100% of our portfolios as collateral, invest that money while tracking our individual share of the portfolio, then charge us a 20% fee of realized gains. Thoughts? That would be a fund. You're talking about a fund? There's laws that govern doing that, right? With Zom Pigglesfix, what's your mid-high target? They're on there. I'm now targeting higher because it keeps going up. Now it's like I'm targeting 108.50. If you miss the entry, it's done. I wouldn't chase it. It might. I'll probably scale back a little bit of positioning tonight. I mean, I didn't get a lot of theta on it this time. Fubo is exciting for those who've been holding a while. Well, yeah, but only really if it breaks 350, right? Good chance to enter now and a slight pullback. Um, Hold on. I gotta see if I got stopped out of snow already. Um, yeah, I already got stopped out here. Maybe, although a slight pullback here could be, back to like 74. So I'd probably be careful with it. Yeah, that doesn't look like this doesn't look super bullish. If I was gonna go long again, I might maybe at the test of the midpoint. I would consider it with like risk at like 78.50 or something. Do you have stops on your Fubo call leaps? Mine are up 50%. Probably not, actually. Let's see. No. I thought of the idea today all by myself. Laws, schmaws, just pay the fine. I haven't sold any Fubo CCs. I just closed my CCs back when we tested like 240. I had 250 and $3 covered calls out that I closed, but I haven't sold any again yet. I was gonna wait till after earnings. Considering getting a decent computer for gaming and trading, any recommendations? Build it yourself. You'll end up with a much better quality product, and it's pretty simple to do. AMD processor, NVIDIA graphics cards, which are cheap now. Well, cheaper. 64 to 128 gigs of RAM, depending on what you do. And then a good power supply, a motherboard, and a case. Get, oh, NVMe drives, because they're the best. Buy AMD, don't support NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA graphics cards are still currently better than AMD's. I'll never support NVIDIA after what they did to my June puts. 32 gigs of RAM is enough. No, it's not. I have 64 and I have issues. Although I'm running a lot of like calculations, so maybe that's skewing things. Do you actually utilize 128 gigs of RAM? I use like 40 like consistently. Sometimes it peaks up to like 50-ish. Can you make that 4580 support line hyphenated? We need to weaken it a tad. You can always download more RAM. That's not how that works. I think for most current generation games, you want like 64, right? I mean, it's definitely not middle of like 32 is probably sufficient, but 64 is a bit better. Just get an NVMe to act as virtual RAM page file at that point. I have NVMe drives. Is it pushing up in an expectation of a good earnings? I think this is going up because Russell's up, but it could have good earnings again. I mean, obviously, if they're meeting expectations quarter over quarter for 2025 profitability, That's going to get priced in advance of them actually hitting that profitability target. It's not like the day they achieve profitability, everyone's going to be like, "Oh fuck," and pile into the stock. They're gonna slowly add to positions over time as they show more confidence in obtaining their goal. That's why it was always a long-term buy and hold. 16's sufficient. Most of today's games are mostly dependent on VRAM. Fucking Windows will use like half of that, and if you have Chrome open, your computer's not gonna work. What's eating most of the RAM at 40 gigs of use? You know damn well what it is, Cornub. Setting a drive as this 256 gigabyte cache can have performance benefits over RAM increase. Interesting. You only need 8 gigs of RAM on a Mac. No, they just tell you that. And then they construct their environment so that that's all that's necessary. So they can save money on charging you more for a computer that's performance is lacking. Gex chart shows SPY at the top of the negative gamma mountain. SCX is approaching the peak too. This could fall off a cliff soon. Yeah, it could. Also, yeah, well. That's all the corn videos, isn't it? TFT with ray tracing. Yep. Secret DDSDD takes that much RAM? Yeah, a lot. Have we entered the danger zone? I think we entered the danger zone last week. $32 gig is probably fine all the time, to be honest, unless you're running 1,000 Chrome tabs and 50 Photoshop instances. It's definitely fine for gaming. Yeah, I agree. 32 is sufficient if you're just playing a game. But if you start getting into like a lot of multitasking, 64 is probably better. I don't think you need more than 64 for general purpose use. How are they going to spin a market pullback? Oh, this seems healthy. Yeah. It's actually Gurk launching a game, playing it for 20 minutes, deciding he doesn't like it, and leaving it running in the background while he plays TFT. Do you have a million tabs open on your computer at a time? Is it enough to give me a panic attack? I have four brokerages open right now. A stream, Chrome with like 5 to 10 tabs, Discord, YouTube chat in a separate window, Trading View. That's probably about it. Well, right now. Well, then I have some other background programs running, but I need those. I opened a 4580 straddle at 570, 575. Each has a 20% stop loss. Was that a good idea? That doesn't seem bad. You could end up, the problem here is like with a 20% stop on $5, there's a very good chance that you end up stopped out of both sides and not profitable, right? Has all the call interest died off yet, or are they waiting for calls to get dirt cheap before they bring this back up to 4,600? Call interest is slowly getting crushed by the mounting pressure of put positions. Whether they buy more or not may not matter at this point. TradingView Desktop is an Electron app, so it's a resource hog. Yeah, TradingView uses up a lot of RAM. What's the better way to manage it? I mean, unfortunately, it's a zero DTE straddle, so much looser. You need to pay for the loss on the opposing leg, right? I mean, you're gonna have to manually manage the profitability of each side. Ideally, you get lucky and you get like a big move up or a big move down, right? And then you can just cut the loser and then move your stop up or move your stop down with the price action. But if you get like chop, right? Like say we fall here, you're gonna get stopped out of your call, and then we bounce, and now your put's dead before you can sell it, right? Because you need 100% profitability on one side before you make like, and that's just break even, right? Because your legs are very similarly priced. Th 32 gigs of RAM gets eaten up very quickly if you have two brokerages, live options, and several developer software tools open, RDPs, work communication software, etc. It all adds up. Yeah. I'm not sure if you noticed, but the pumpers aren't able to pump so good. I'm aware. This is kind of what I've been planning on a bit. Yeah, I've heard TOS uses up a lot of RAM too. How much RAM would it take to get approved for options? I don't think I have enough. I mean, options approval is easy as long as you don't have any ethical issues with fudging the truth with on your broker applications. Do you have any target for Upstart after earnings? I don't know. It depends on how their earnings are. I really don't know how their earnings are going to be. It's actually pretty tough this quarter. broad lending is contracting, but that doesn't mean that Upstart isn't still successful in um, taking advantage of the subprime market. If they are, then their earnings could be positive. There hasn't been a lot of opportunity for them to affect the share buyback, so that's probably not gonna be a factor. Is that the problem? Nobody told me I wasn't supposed to answer those questions honestly. Don't feel bad. I've seen a lot of people do it. If options applications were a demographics survey of this YouTube and Discord, everybody in here is a 35-year-old multimillionaire with 5 years of options experience who want to speculate and hedge. They have net worths in excess of $20 million, but for this account, they only want to deposit 2,000. How do you know me? This was me at 18, but with 20 years plus of trading experience at the time. I feel like I'm watching the teacher during a slideshow and they repeat certain parts in an odd tone. Huh. Interesting. I can only assume you're the one who reviewed my application since you know this info. Thanks for the approval. If I owned a brokerage, I wouldn't approve any of you for options. Too late. I definitely wouldn't let AJ sell fucking naked calls. I still can't believe that's a thing. You'd absolutely approve us for options. You just take our money from all those commissions. If I owned a brokerage, I'd make people pass a paper trading challenge in order to be approved for options. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, no, I wouldn't, because having investors that are going to trade options over 10 years is much better than having someone who blows up their $2,000 port, leaves $600 of margin debt, and then deletes the app and hides under their bed for 3 days. Nope, still denied. Do you think they have a problem with the name Pigeon Teeth Cisco? Should I use my real name? I don't think they care what your real name is. It's not like they have to report any of that financial data to regulatory committees or government agencies, right? Let me ask you this. When you fill out your taxes, do you put Pigeon Teeth Cisco? 3 days? Try 3 quarters. But you know that person will be back with another 1,000 in a few weeks. That's true. Real talk though, I had a friend that was selling options all the time on Robinhood and had no idea he could get assigned till I explained it to him several times. He probably still doesn't get it. Freg, Vix is almost at 14. Get your butt over here. Fuck you, Todd. Better not touch Frag. It's okay. I know where Frag is. He's not with Todd. Freg prefers the fresh air. They're like the person who only pays the minimum balance on their credit card every month. Eh. You make a lot more money as a broker off of like institutions and large traders than you do off of small retail. That's why Fidelity doesn't give a fuck about approving you for options. I'm not kidding. That's why. That's why like some brokers are really hard to get options approval with. It's because they don't need you. You're more trouble than you're worth. How dare you, Cobra? So Todd works for short vol, but what happens when the long vol players kidnap his family? Well, then all of a sudden he gets a lot worse at doing his job, right? We're dumping soon on SPX or bounce on the 45.75. I mean 45.75 support, but interest is still accumulating. It just takes. It's not like fast. It's not a fast process. There's a lot of resistance here. Nobody needs me, and I'm more trouble than I'm worth. Now you sound like my mom. RAM cloud computing power is cheap these days. You could probably run your calculations for $1 in a tiny fraction of the time. I mean, they run in real time. That's not the issue. But yeah, I could probably do that. Did anybody actually buy the 0DT I discussed when we were trading right here? I did. We all did. Oh. Fuck, this is boring. I was on meetings. I'm not sure if you saw. Nope. GameStop's deleting their NFT wallet. Nice. Didn't Dork go to the bathroom like an hour and a half ago? He came back after that. No, not my JPEGs. Bear trap? Where? What's a bear trap? Are you holding any BTU positions? I own a bunch of shares. I have some CSPs out at 21 and 22. Although I might have closed out of the $21 ones. Maybe. Yeah, it looks like I closed out of the $21 ones. I still have 22s. Oh, I have 23s also. Do you think my 1/1000th NFT of the Lightning Warrior that my Super Stack friend gave me will be worth millions one day? No. We said earlier Fubo wasn't exciting. How not? It has to break 350. I mean, I guess it's exciting, but I didn't have synthetic longs yet, so I'm less excited about it. I don't have any covered calls out, which is nice. But it's also, I mean, it's a $3 stock. It's just, what's Gamma Max at? I do. It doesn't matter. Gamma Max is just going to be whatever strike has the most options, which right now is probably $3. It's too low on the chain to have like relevant Greeks. How many times should I let my zero DTE go plus 100% before I sell it? Huh. No. Oh, gross. How does the options chain look like for Fubo? Are longs winning? Am I winning? There's just a lot of sold calls at $3 and then not a lot else. Fubo's on fire. Finally, after almost a year, this piece of shit is making me money. It's not a piece of shit. It's awesome. It was a 2-year buy and hold. Fucking impatient. Fubo's almost at my cost basis. Hooray. Congratulations, man. Fubo's a stellar pick, Girk. Thanks, man. Do you think that SVX hits all-time highs before a possible reversal? Not currently. Are you expecting anything big on Fubo over 8? No? I mean, that'd be really cool, but no. I don't think that should be an expectation. At least not yet. There is some covering going on it, but I think 8's really drastic currently, unless some interest starts to pick up. What's happening with top? Shorts getting squeezed out, but we're playing a bankruptcy. Core 1 month looking to bust, Dad. I know. Time to get in on that dispersion trading. It's exciting stuff. Why all the complaints on Fubo? Just look at Upstart. You've been talking about it for over a year. It's crazy, or is everyone out by now? Who's complaining about Fubo? I mean, there's probably people with covered calls out that are pissed because they sold covered calls before earnings. But or didn't exit covered calls on the drop. It was short-lived, so there wasn't a lot of time, but I would imagine that's the majority of complaints. If there are any. I think most people are just happy it's going up. I'm happy it's going up. I'm not overly excited. It's nowhere near like my price target or anything, but are you entering a call or time for puts on SPX? I already have puts on SPX. I had calls this morning and then I sold them and now I have puts. How come you didn't tell us about top? I mean, it was just like a thing me and Dork were like fucking around with. It wasn't like anything serious yet. We were just like, I would think this will keep running, and so I got some contracts. You know, I buy a lot of shit I don't tell you about. Is the makeup running off and the circus is packing up? Bro always keeps the good ones and gives us Siri and Rev. I gave everyone Upstart at $18 to $12. Sub unlike. Why don't you tell us about every detail of your day-to-day life? Good question. Why should he make small hints? If things don't work on a play, he has to listen to whiners and trolls for weeks on end. Years. Not weeks, years. There's still people complaining about Revlon. Girk NW is wrong. I, a scrub, demand an explanation. How dare you put the evil of my own choices out there? Can we get a consumer goods sub in the Discord? Why? I mentioned top at 89 cents last week. Nice. Did you buy it? Let's see. I got in at $1.34. And I've sold 70% of the leaps I bought. I mentioned Zom 110 Weeklies on Friday last week. Zom's not at 110 yet. Out of day trades and I'm locked into puts. Toe ring gang? It doesn't sound like you have an option. What the Discord really needs is a risk desk channel. There's the post MOASS shopping spree channel, which that's basically what that is. It's just people posting neat, expensive things that they want to buy. I don't have any Dish contracts. I don't have any exposure to that. I sold some in the money puts to get assigned down at the bottom and didn't get assigned. Oh. Yeah, that happens. Whatever. I mean, you still made money. Don't complain about it. Driver, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Or go into the thread and it has in general chat. There's like a how to link thread and you can just follow the instructions in there. TLDR on Siri, now that Friday has passed, it's probably not going to run, but maybe it will. We'll see. They got earnings coming up and a dividend, so there's some pressure there. And since they didn't turn to the lending pool for the shorting over the last several days, and the volume of that shorting was extensive. Um, that means they turn to ETFs, and those pools of liquidity have to mean revert. So back from Wendy's, baby, ready to go. Fucking A, man. Welcome back. Do we get a quarter 2 T dividend soon? I think so, right? I don't know. I don't fucking pay attention to that shit. Probably before. No, not soon. We just got one. We got one on the 7th. Next one's gonna be in like October. I told people not to YOLO into Siri. I said it was probably just gonna get crushed. I remember really specifically. I think there's a clip. T gets paid out tomorrow, but the X dividend date's already passed. Artex shows a decrease of 55 million shares on loan for Siri. Sounds about right. You said it could drop to $3. Yeah, and it hasn't yet, so. I thought we were asking with it, Tiffy. I don't know if they bought before or after. I guess it depends on when they entered. I don't think a lot of people were buying in until it fell under like $15, right? Refik Wit. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the support, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added after the stream. Record date for T was July 7th, I think. Will we see another test of 45.75? Maybe. Probably. Lower high here is pretty bearish. Like I said, we have to grind through all of this call positioning before we can get any, like, mobility. And obviously, put sellers are encouraged to keep the price higher. The gamma, like the fast gamma, is I think back to like 45.60 now. So there's been some call buying going on here. Let's say call volume's been picking up a little bit as we chop in this lower range. What's up, Goric? I've been in meetings. Quick question. What in the absolute fuck is a stop loss? Wait, what? It's a market order with a conditional trigger. Huh? Pee Wee Herman has died? Really? That's fucking crazy. Huh. I always felt like out of all the pedophiles and perverts in Hollywood, he got the short end of the stick, you know? Like, he went to a place where people go to jerk off and then jerked off. Not around children or in front of an actress or anything, just by himself. When you kind of compare it to the shit that goes on nowadays, it's like, not as bad, right? Gherkin, kingmaker of the normalized degenerate. Don't make that the first entry in the quote database. He came back from that, and his first joke was, heard any good jokes lately? Ha. Without a significant push up, do downs become more likely as the day goes on? Yeah. Although the 4580 calls are back in the money again, which is annoying. God, there's so many puts at 45.65 right now. Ooh, they're buying the 4600s again. Interesting. Fubo's just marching up, man. Greg, I'm clinging to my 45.55. What are my chances? What time is it? Like 1:30? Don't know if it's really relevant yet. VIX is getting shorted right now. It's not like we can't fail. It's just they have to get VIX low enough that when we do fail to 45.50, VIX doesn't go above 14. We're right on the ES trend line. You mean we bounced off resistance at 4,600? I know. But there's sellers at 4,600 still. Like, this whole day doesn't look particularly bullish. It's just like, uh, a very, very slow breakdown. Could you tell us which economic data days have the most impact this week? Depending on how heavily they weigh the first, like, labor reports, I would say that, like, uh, tomorrow and Friday are the most important. But, ISM and ADP can have some effect too. These are the first of two reports coming before the September Fed meeting. So they may not be weighed as heavily as the reports on the back half of the period. However, if labor is continuing to strengthen above analyst estimates, then the chance of the Fed doing another rate hike is going to increase. Like the pricing in of a chance that the Fed is gonna do another rate hike is going to increase. Yeah, productivity. I mentioned it in the write up last night. Productivity is really important. Analysts are expecting productivity to increase. I don't think that's true. However, it's just the preliminary productivity report for the quarter. So even if it doesn't increase, that doesn't necessarily mean that anybody's going to react to it. If the Fed keeps hiking the rates, will home prices go down into the end of the year, likely happening? Probably into the next, like, 2 years. But once they stabilize rates at a level and hold them there, that'll have more of an impact on home buying because rates will stay stagnant. People are still worried that the Fed's going to continue raising rates, right? And so they don't want to get, a mortgage now if rates are going to go up. And that's starting to pull down on the demand. So we're getting a little bit of that home pricing fall off, but I think it's got a lot more to go. You're also getting the other effect, which is that people aren't moving or getting new loans because their previous loans at such a great rate, right? So you're starting to get stagnation, and then after stagnation, you start to add to supply. So it could still be a while longer. The analysts should just ask themselves if they are going to be more productive or not. I mean, they came out and upgraded just about everything today. Can you share what you saw in top that made you want to play it? We were looking at like the float relative to FTDs and some of our own data. So no. Hmm. So SPX gonna keep breaking up here. It got a little momentum. This isn't nearly as crazy as Friday was, though. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Ugh. Well, we're watching Fubo right now. There. Now GME's on screen. Getting a call from Alice, you just called out. Jimmy is up 1%, Carl. That means there's 300 people in the Discord that think it's MOASS. Lord have mercy, I'm about to buy a call on Siri. Oh no. I don't know if I'd do that. It looks like it just got a shitload of liquidity all at once. Although, I guess that could still change, but... something happened. Profit taking on the $5 calls? Maybe? Oh, shit. Well... where the fuck was that? Oh, damn it. Huh. That's interesting. That failed. Ooh. Huh. Well, that's kind of bearish. Downs now? I'm so bored. I hope so. I agree. This is super fucking boring. It's an inverse head and shoulders that failed. Failed to break out on the right shoulder. I did not make it up. It's an inverse head and shoulders. Look here. It's even easier to see on the 1 hour, probably. Right? But then it failed to break up here. I believe that's referred to as a diamond top. No, this would be a diamond top. Except it's yet to break down. So there's no diamond yet. Can I find a pre-existing one? Hold on. This is kind of like a diamond top. Yeah. It didn't break down though, but it's a diamond top. Greg, you have to be wrong. Head and Shoulders and inverse Head and Shoulders have a 135% chance of breaking to the upside. Oh, God. Even my jokes are inaccurate. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were joking. If diamonds are forever, does that mean we trade sideways? You just have to. There's a lot of resistance. You have to be patient. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna buy another one of these puts to piss off Dork. How you like that, Dork? I know you can hear me. I know I'm out of day trades and I'm locked into puts, but I'm just gonna buy more puts. Why are you still watching Siri? I don't know. Fun? I guess I could watch something more interesting. A, B, and B looking bearish as fuck. Is it though? Ooh, yeah, it's almost at the 152 test. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure it's all that bearish. Rejected on resistance, but not all that bearish. So instead of VIX straight down, now we have VIX flat. I don't know how to trade this new market. What is this? Get fucked, Torque. You should prank call Dork's help desk on stream and mess with them. I've thought about doing that before. Is there a live gamma plot chart we can watch? No. Uh, there might be some, but when you clear capital requirements for PDT, you should YOLO into one massive speculative play. And if you lose, it'll be a big fuck you to the poors because you don't give a shit. But the whole purpose of this account is for the poors. I have to pretend to give a shit. I have $600 of speculative risk currently. Prove it can be done by 5xing the account. You owe them nothing. It's not above 25 yet. I'm having some IT problems. What's Dork's number? In what world do you think any of us poors can just keep adding legs to a spread to avoid PDT? What? I'm literally doing it here in this account with no money in it. In that world, in the world where you only have 7 grand. It can't be any poorer. I started it at 1500. Knowledge poor, not money. You learn. The purpose of this is to teach people that options are dynamic strategies and that you can change your positioning to benefit what you're seeing occur in the market, like benefit you and grant you exposure or protection from what you're seeing occur in the market. Now, wait a minute. What is this 7 grand you speak of? We already established earlier that our accounts are highly speculative and we only put 2,000 over 20 million in them. A true poor would have started behind the dumpster, not just pull $1,500 out of the air. Charmadillo will save the day. Will he? 50 basis points down would be fantastic. Oh, we'll see. We're forming a bear pennant. This is either going to lead to call positioning dropping off. And then we can start to get a collapse, or it's going to lead to a lot more call positioning bought at the consolidation point. Do I have an upside hedge right now? I really don't. Might be a little overexposed. I guess my put spread's in the money. I could technically close it, although I don't really see the advantage there. It's only $8 in the money. Pennant, not pendant. Everything breaks up in this market. Yeah, usually. I missed Sunday's stream and read Pickles Fix, but can't fully comprehend. Can you explain the BOJ and ECB dilemma like I'm me? Go watch Sunday's stream. I don't have an upside hedge right now, and I'm finding it hard to convince myself to get one. I was thinking of opening like 45, 80, 90 debit spreads. So I could do like call verticals at 45, 80, 90. 85, 90. Yeah. They're like $1.60. It's kind of shit though. It's probably not worth it. And it would just be to protect my put debit spread, which I can just close because I opened it last week. So I mean, I could close it for a profit right now. I'd rather close it lower at 45.70, but it doesn't seem to want to let me do that. I did get to close the call side though. I was there for Sunday stream and I really didn't understand why Japan is relevant. They're a full ocean away and don't have globally connected markets. Also, they aren't real. I don't know why Carl timed you out for that. Are you saying Japan isn't real? Carl's going mad with power right now. Carl poops in his pants. It's true. Japan's real. Birds aren't real. What about jellyfish? What about flying fish? Are they only real? Are they only real when they're underwater? If we close red today, it'll be the first time that we closed red this week. It's Monday. Flying fish, aka swimming birds. I saw one fly out of the water in Hawaii. Should have caught it with a net. I wonder if they taste like chicken. Come on. There we go. Don't stabilize at 45.80 and then fucking trade flat to the end of the day. Hmm. Ooh, ES is picking up a little volume. Let's go. I want to see 45.90. I don't think I'm asking for a lot. What's the current risk-free rate? 5.25 to 5.5? I guess effective on the 27th, 5.5, right? 45.90 or 70? What's 70? What are you asking me? Oh, 45.90 on futures. I don't know if that's 45.70 on SPX. A little below, I think. I think it's like 45.65 on SPX. Thanks, Balani. Did Japan Pearl Harbor the US economy because they released Oppenheimer? I hope so. Todd's beatings will continue. Todd's beatings haven't started yet. I came here to talk stocks. However, I stay here because of your tangent talks about random stuff. On a separate note, Sunday stream was amazing. I would normally be behind a paywall. Thanks. No problem. What are you waiting for on the 85.90 spread? I'm probably not going to buy it. You can watch the Sunday stream without being a member. You just can't talk. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. What's with the whole Todd? It's 1D. It's spelled Todd. Not Todd with 2 D's. Todd is the hedge fund gimp responsible for keeping SPX below $14. No, I did think about Todd, but it's too Persian, you know. Yeah, Double D Todd works well. No, he works as an analyst. That's it's all gone downhill since the Todd Frank Act. I'm not sure if you knew. It seems soon you may be getting more viewers subs. Infinity War DD getting a quick and small shout out on the next video from Dan Olson folding ideas. Who? And what? Is someone reading my DD again? I thought it was just Andrew Mo Money. If I became a billionaire, could you take a quick look at FSS and give me a brief TA? I mean, I'll look at it, but you don't need to become a billionaire for that. Me looking at stocks for people is really just a factor of how bored I am. And if you've irritated me recently. It has nothing to do with being a member. Uh, this does not look good. This looks like it's coming to the end of a period of distribution. Um, Profit margins moved up this last quarter, and their earnings were good, but the market's gonna want, a continuation of that. Debt. I'm assuming there's a lot here, right? Yeah. Mm, Not great debt to equity ratio, and they're already trading at a pretty significant premium. Cash flows are very unimpressive. Improving, but still unimpressive. I would say that it's probably going to find new support somewhere between 60 and 57. If there's any kind of drastic market correction, it may drop lower. Um, but I would look for that range for it to find support for now. It's got a pretty long-term trend of stable growth, so I'd imagine they'll be able to get their cash flows back in line. Um, but yeah, it looks like as low as like 56 on the downside here before it starts to stabilize. It could stabilize a little higher, maybe at like 58, but maybe not. Are you trying to go long or short or? Well, that's a few times over the last couple months. Oh, I didn't notice. Oh, there you go. Yeah, no problem. You sure where you get financial data from? I can get it. I usually I usually either get it from TradingView or Fintel. Those are the ones I generally have open. Any interest in wheat sub 7? Gaps the upside, but might not matter as much with commodities, right? Um, there may be a continuing trend in food prices rising, but I'm not sure that wheat is the best place to get that exposure. If we're gonna see food inflation, you might want to look at like things like ConAgra or General Mills. Maybe oh, fuck is the name of that company? There's another one I can't think of. Kraft Heinz can be okay. Mondelez, maybe. Oh shit, my Beyond calls are up. Quote from the Infinity War DD. Normally, if I hit 10% profit on a regular trade, I'm out unless I have some previous reason to believe it will run further. Yeah. I mean, that's still true if I day trade stock, which I really don't anymore, but I still was back then. Tootsie Roll. Lucky Charm stack, possible squeeze candidate? I don't think so. So we chop here into close, or we fail the 45.75 level, which I would greatly prefer. Okay, so I have two calls sold at 45.75. Two calls bought 45.80. I could just scale up the 80, right? If it came down to it. Interesting. Is Siri dead? I don't know. Probably. We just gotta wait it out and see what happens now. They have earnings coming up tomorrow. And then they have a dividend planned for the 7th. Do you remember when they started the 0DT SPX options? It was either October 13th or 14th. Right when the market turned around. Yes, I'm well aware of the implications. Oh, Calmaine. Calmaine's another good one. Consumer staples tend to do pretty well if commodities are doing well. We need to calm down. JFresh, if we're spending more than 3% of our time talking about Siri, it's too much. Yeah, I agree. It's just, it'll do a thing or it won't, right? I mean, there's just not that much to say about it. I don't want to track it day by day or analyze all of its moves. I want to see if certain things play out, and if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't, right? I can assure you that, like me, JFresh, and Dork's interest in Siri is academic, if anything. It's really not. We don't expect it to go to like 80 or anything or 30. It just may have the potential to run. When Siri announces AI radio hosts at earnings call to the moon, I mean, if they did, yeah. I gave them the idea like 2 hours ago. I don't know why it's not already written into their earnings report. So I should not have full ported. Yeah, I was pretty clear about that right up front. Market VIX halted. Hold on. The thing I got up for originally, I forgot to get. So do you expect a good FTD coming up? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, they had to get the liquidity to clear shorts somewhere, right? They didn't get it from borrowing in the prime lending pools, so what's up, Mike? Why is volume so low? Volume's actually not low. Volume's quite high. Are you still in the short leg of your straddle? From Friday? Yeah. How far out is it reasonable to straddle SPY? The further out you go, the more of a move you need. You can go out as far as you want, but you know, after a certain point, you need like 300 BPS in any one direction to cover the cost of premium. One of my buddies just went full degen on calls for cat earnings tonight. I talked to him about into getting September calls rather than weeklies. Remember when we were all that reckless? I mean, I'm still pretty reckless. I think almost the day. Besides constant BOJ questions, what did I miss? Not a lot. So it's about getting the 4580s in the money. Is it about keeping the 4575s out of the money? Yeah. Nice try, Wessel's Pretzels. If BOJ won't let the pumpers utilize their market to facilitate their pumpies, why won't they just take their money to a different exchange? What other exchanges have the liquidity? There's not many, right? And none where they have an advantageous spread. That's why they go to Japan. You can't go to Europe or England, right? Because their rates are in lockstep with ours. How do banks unwind the carry trade, selling securities? They start pulling back their dollar longs and going short, and then they start pulling back their yen shorts. It depends on how quickly they need to pull back the trade, though. When Fubo hits $5, will Atomic become Pontiff? I doubt it. I figured there was another country with similar rates and liquidity. Not really. Japan's like the third largest economy in the world. So yeah, they can facilitate a lot more margin than other countries would be able to. Also, there aren't many countries right now that have a like a central bank rate that low. Turkey was one, but they raised theirs. I've been holding Dish shares for a couple weeks. I'm wondering your thoughts. Would you keep holding long term or sell for profits? I don't really have any thoughts. I don't like Dish very much as a play. So the fact that you bought them probably means that we're already in disagreement on the stock. Are you up that much? I mean, at most you're up like $1.87, which isn't very significant. The dividend's gone, right? Oh, they got rid of that back in like, it's been a while. Okay, never mind. I don't know how lucrative the Amazon deal is. I haven't really researched it a lot. They have a lot of issues, and they have an obscene amount of debt. I averaged them down a little bit, mostly to fuck with Dork. Made enough for Dillionaire this morning on Zom 109 call. On a Zom 109 call this morning. Good place right here for the AI pickle play. Hmm. Could wait a little bit, see if it tests like 41.36. I haven't entered that yet. I'm still waiting on it. Eh. They're 8 years late on their 5G rollout. Yeah. Which treasury would you use to calculate the risk-free rate from October 2020? Probably the 5 year. You're trying to figure out the nominal or real. You could use like CAPM, like CAPM, or like a capital asset pricing model. Hmm. Another round of buys, but it's still just slipping. Curious. Nasdaq down 14% today. It's like Bulls diffused the breakdown today. It hasn't really ever gotten any momentum. I said, oh, I said 14 points. Hmm. Still stable here. So, I listened to what you said about the BOJ. While I agree, I don't think it's going to result in major drops. Couldn't they unwind slowly to prevent panic? It seems like a catalyst is needed. We got a catalyst last week. That was the catalyst. The Bank of Japan raising rates is a catalyst. If the yield spread contracts more, then that becomes an additional catalyst. And yeah, they can unwind slowly, but that means net selling of securities, right? You can't unwind slowly and prevent price realization. Some of those markets aren't extraordinarily liquid. Weak upside, weak downside. I can't find my angle. Why oh why didn't I strangle? I'm not really sure a strangle is beneficial here. Out of the money call interest is falling off, but still stabilized at 45.80 and 75, unless there's a sell-off in futures, which I don't know. We're like basically trading flat at 46.05. Futures is boring as fuck. Well, both of them are, but futures is really bad. How was your weekend? It was alright. You're excited for the rest of the financial year? Yeah, I suppose. All they need is to sell into a rising market, and you get this flat choppiness until they finish. I'll admit my understanding this is very cursory. Just trying to see how they could avoid it. I mean, you can sell some things into a rising market, but the extent of their positioning goes far beyond simply equities. You're talking about, you know, large amounts of selling and potentially like CMBS and MBS markets, um, shorting or selling in U.S. Treasury markets. Those markets are more illiquid and prone to volatility, and that volatility can then be realized in indexes. And if you haven't been watching for the last 2 weeks, the positions currently with index exposure do not want a lot of volatility being realized. Additionally, we have oil continuing to be additive not only to US but also to Japanese inflation. Except our dollar is stronger, so the effects of a rising oil prices are less apparent in the US than they are in Japan, where the sovereign currency is significantly weaker. And exports are already a very high, or imports are already a very high cost for consumers and producers alike. If the trade wasn't overcrowded, then I would agree they could get out of it, you know, over time. But the trade is extremely overcrowded because it's very incentivized, right? The more incentivized a trade is, the more likely it is to become crowded. And the longer it stays incentivized, the more likely it is to become overcrowded. The bear pennant, like the bear pennant already broke down. It just broke down and stabilized at 45.80. 45.65 end of day? It's possible. We'll see what happens with call positioning as charm starts to eat away at the market maker hedge. Obviously, the at the money calls 45, 80, 75, 85, and 90. The 85s and 90s, the hedge is going to start getting shed, and that's going to put downward pressure on the in the money positions. And if they slip out of the money, then they start to put downward pressure, and so on, right? Are you feeling okay? You sound depressed. No, I'm not. Just bored. So fucking just trading flat at 45.80 all day. I'm having trouble understanding overcrowded. Can you explain it to me with an example involving Carl's wife? How's the cat grooming lady? I don't know, probably grooming cats. Are you depressed because I'm still here and still solvent? No, that's one of the things that brings me the greatest amount of joy in the world, Popcorn Trader. Your solvency is something that, you know, I used to quell my fears about how degenerate the pickle jar is. What do you think about NVIDIA Iron Butterfly 45, 455, 465? So 65. Hmm. It's an awfully long time horizon for something that moves as much as Nvidia does. I'm not sure. Eh. Hmm. And with earnings too. How's the when's Nvidia earnings? No, Nvidia earnings is a little bit after the 18th. I probably wouldn't, given that it's in a period of consolidation. Um, Nvidia doesn't tend to stay range bound for very long, right? Either calls get sold to the upside and it drops, or they get pulled back and it rises. It's pretty rare that it returns to a stable range, and so like condors might be okay on it, but they're not very profitable in the range that you would need. And butterflies are probably even riskier. The reason the payout is so high is because the chances of it printing are very small. So if we trade here forever, I may go broke. It really feels like it today, huh? Jesus Christ. There's still so much short gamma at 45.65. I don't know how there isn't some kind of push to try to get those in the money. I mean, some of them might be sold, but so longs are selling the 65, shorts are selling the 4600. No. Someone's buying the 65s because the spread's still pretty tight. Do you think if it misses on earnings, it will tank? I think it depends on how much they miss. If they miss a lot, it could, yeah. If they miss just a little, they might have to miss twice. If it exceeds rockets like last time, probably not as much, but yeah. So far, I'm glad I exited on the 75 test. Are the 45.65 puts 0 DTEs? No, not all of them. Some are. There's definitely some interest for 0 DTE. NVIDIA 500 a reality if they beat? Yeah, that doesn't seem all that excessive, really, right? I mean, at least compared to the current price. It's right now it's trading at 40 467.55, right? It's I have two tax lots on Fubo, one at 258, the other at 358. If I sell the bottom lot, I just subtract the profits to the cost basis of the expensive lot, right? No need to buy back in. I mean, for the purposes of netting, yes. Although I'm not sure why you would sell the more profitable of the two up front. That's a bit odd because your tax liability will be greater on that. It's like a little push, but it doesn't look like it has a lot of volume. We might just test like 46.10 on futures again. Might not even test 46.10. Whatever this is, I hope it eventually turns into some downside momentum. If it fails. Feels safe to say an earnings miss this week could ignite a correction. I mean, just earnings occurring can ignite a correction, right? As the correlation between, VIX and SPX picks up and earnings move by the wayside, that volatility is going to shift from the index components to the index itself. And the more desire there is for a risk hedging, like tail risk hedging, the more difficult it is going to be for volatility shorts to keep VIX suppressed. I said yesterday that you're a meteorologist. No, I didn't. Are we going to have an RPT of 2011, a repeat of 2011 with 31 days in August reflect 100-degree plus weather in Texas? Probably. Kenny's about to make his money for the second half. They have a new FDA approved generic version of Symbicort that was just announced. Who does? VTRS? I mean, just announcing a drug doesn't mean they've made any money off of it, so earnings aren't necessarily bullish. I'm looking at leaps. Wouldn't you want to get them after earnings then? Like, wouldn't you want to wait and like if you want to invest over a longer time horizon, wouldn't you want to factor in the most recent earnings before making a decision? I can't think of a good case for buying in ahead of earnings. The TA doesn't look particularly good at all. Wait, is it VRTS? VTRS. I mean, upwards consolidation isn't usually bullish. Their last earnings were okay though. I mean, they make some profits. Margins were down last quarter, but I don't like playing pharmaceuticals or biotech. Reactions don't have to necessarily be in line with financial data, so growth is suffering a bit. But they are trading at a discount. Free cash flows are decent. maybe decent enough for their debt, although they're still accruing debt, which I have a, a problem with. I mean, this probably isn't the best phase of the business to go long in the business cycle, but it's, you know, it may not be the worst opportunity either. I would have set a buy around 8 or something, would have been arguably better. Yeah, I don't hate it. I'd have to look more into their financials to see if it was really worthwhile. I don't like that they're paying a dividend, but they might be just locked into it. Looks like they have some foreign exchange, the currency exchange conversion risk. Hmm. Sales in the looks like sales in the second quarter could be impacted by their Biocon Biologics transaction that they just closed. Uh, 71 cents per share, but management's warning against increased costs over the prior quarter. So I don't know. It's risky. I guess if they can match analyst estimates, that would be pretty bullish. It doesn't really seem like Todd's having a hard time. I mean, no, the price hasn't moved all day, so pretty easy. Any thoughts on Siri earnings are not worth paying attention to? I mean, I don't particularly care about their earnings, although positive earnings would be beneficial. I think if it, I don't remember what the consensus was. I think it was like 7 cents a share or something. What can I do to take the same trades as Todd, since he will make sure they're winning? Well, until they lose. Thanks. By the way, I did go long Riven a bit ago. Nice. Even though you talked about it last week. I mean, somebody asked me about it last week. Is Siri actually a decent play, or just Wall Street bets garbage? I mean, if the short positions are pulling back and the arb trade's gonna end, then it can rise over a period of time. Is if that's gonna trigger a squeeze on the short positions, that's an unknown. That could happen. I mean, there's the potential for that to happen, but it may not. After trying out ChatGPT for a week, I've decided to invest in the first AI chatbot company that allows explicit queries. Whoever deletes the ethics button and sells the products will be rich. I mean, you can. I'm pretty sure ChatGPT already does that if you give it the correct script, right? Long Todd, short charm. Yeah, it's not an uninteresting play. I agree, but I mean, I would probably wait for earnings if I wanted to go like long on it over a longer term horizon. You I'd want to see the impact of the current R&D costs and stuff and how that's going to affect them netting off their debt moving forward. They've got some emerging market growth, but there's some serious currency risk there. Do Head and Shoulders on ES mean anything? Yeah, sure. I mean, they have a higher chance of breaking down. Head and Shoulders always have a pretty high chance of breaking down. Less so on indexes. So that's something you run into, and like on an individual equity outside of an index, Head and Shoulders have a very high probability of breaking down, provided the volume profile on them is correct. On indexes, it's less. Indexes, it's like 71% versus like 87% on equities. The higher the volatility, generally, the more chance of Head and Shoulders breaking down. Although that should probably be the last thing you're trying to use to determine if an index is going to drop or not. 8% of the OI on a single Siri leap strike. Does this mean Kenny has to pay me whatever I want? No. Head and Shoulders volume profile highest on the left shoulder, then decreasing into the right. The peak of the right shoulder should be the highest volume. So Head and Shoulder volume should be like this. So no, because you get the most volume on the right shoulder because this is where the longs capitulate, right? So you have the most sellers here. Does Todd have to do the mustard dance for Larry? I don't know. Maybe you gotta do favors for Larry one way or another. Oil flying. Where does this thing end up over the next 6 months or so? I mean, my conservative target for oil prices is like 85 to 90 a barrel. Although supply restrictions and increased demand, especially alongside, you know, currency changes could impact the market even more. And we could see potentially hitting like 100 a barrel again. It's crazy right now, but it's not completely out of the question. This is the longest day of my life to make $30. And if you walked away and you made money instead of losing it, then you're in a good spot. Hmm. Why is Fubo pumping? Well, pumps and it's kind of slowed down into the end of the day. But I mean, partially there's been some covering. Not a ton, a little bit. Um, Russell's Russell's doing very well today, so I imagine if you buy any basket of Russell stocks, especially illiquid ones, you're probably having an okay day. Tips on Fubo? And for now, it looks like it can continue. $75p on what? On SPX? Could. Today I recovered some losses. I got out of unrealistic puts and entered a bunch of much safer spreads, which I've been working on the past week. Finally, now that I can sell spreads. Hopeful? Nice. Well done. Do you think Fubo could experience something similar to Upstart over the next year? It used to trade at much higher prices. It also used to have a much smaller float. So probably not to that degree. Although, yeah, I do think Fubo can see price improvement. I don't think it's going to necessarily return to the prices it was at back in like 2021. Sorry if this has been asked today. Anything on Syria's liquidity chart that looks like we may see a covering event tomorrow for earnings? No, not yet. I mean, there was a pretty big liquidity grab in the middle of the day today, going into earnings tomorrow. So, I mean, I think they're prepping for any kind of shock if there is one. Isn't earnings tomorrow, August 1st? Fubo, or we're talking about Siri? Fubo's is Friday, I believe. Why do you think today is so boring? Because longs don't want it to drop and puts are kind of in control of the price. This is a disagreement. Someone will eventually be right, but it's taking a while. Airbnb testing 152. Interesting. Yeah, I mean it's moved down pretty steadily all day. It's just below 152. There's probably a play here to the like prior risk line, but then you've got to like probably set stops because there's trend support at like 148, right? So it could probably fall back to the bottom of its channel, but it it really hasn't broken down enough, and I don't think the range is worth playing, frankly, right? Like, so you have support here, and then you're kind of at support right now. So an entry here is pretty risky, and then your range is just shit, right? And then you have earnings. So I think it's almost better to play after earnings. Not that I don't want some exposure to earnings, but I've got to think about how I want to get that exposure. Tourism's up, travel's up, and those are beneficial for them. But several of their markets have reduced in size pretty dramatically, and even some of them they've been locked out of. So there's other effects there, right? I guess I should have just eaten the day trade for a profit on what? We still have like 45 minutes to go. On Airbnb? Probably, yeah. Charm is wrecking the 80s right now. Yeah, they slipped out of the money. That doesn't mean they'll stay out of the money for the next hour, though. Futures are still holding 4,600. It's probably more important than all of the positioning on SPX right now. If futures were to slip here, calls at 45.80 and 75 would get destroyed. And that's what the puts I bought are for. Speculative, but if they do lose ground, they could lose a lot of ground very quickly. So I can work all day, can only listen a bit. How's OI for SPX looking? Or just more sideways all day? Thanks, bud. I mean, we're at a very, very strong resistance. It is yet to break down fully. It's broken down throughout the day, but there's still quite a lot of resistance there. So I can't say that we'll break below it or not. If we do break below it, then we could pick up a lot of momentum. But right now, it is very stable. Does Syria above 5 mean anything? Yeah, I mean it means the short puts or the long puts are out of the money at $5 and $4, which is it matters. It adds pressure to the market maker. I mentioned your daily that shorts on Upstart might be getting bent over. Do you see a possibility of VUPs going forward? Mini MOASS. I don't think they're getting bent over yet. I think they came in really, really hard on Friday last week. And they are more determined than they've been in a while to push the price down. So, given that today didn't pressure them very much, I think they still have the advantage versus an upside move. Although if the market were to rip, you know, and really, and those active funds were to really pressure those positions, they could get squeezed out again, which could cause like another like 10-15% run. I mean, Tup's at resistance, but it could go higher. Let's see. Liquidity on it's kind of starting to stabilize a bit, so it may be about done, but I think it's still got maybe a little more room to run. It's that's all I'm really banking on. I don't think 8, but maybe like 556 is possible. Defending the head and shoulders, or it's just a stop loss hunt. I mean, it's just one candle. I think it's way too early to determine that. Futures is like barely moving here, so generally when they're like moves like that are kind of one-sided. It's just some volatility in the options. If Apple has a crummy earnings, does the party stop? No. Um, but a little bit, yeah. I mean, if they're really bad. Although Apple's just had a string of crummy earnings, so and it's still at all-time highs. Is your straddle tonight going to be very bearish? Put heavy. I don't think I need to open more puts tonight. I still have my 40/80 puts from last Friday. So, I mean, right now I just need to open a few calls and straddle again. Do you see violent downside for Upstart out of the trend of the markets? It's too illiquid. If liquidity isn't being provided by active fund trading, then it's too illiquid to drop against a rising market. No problem, Buff. You think MSTR earnings are relevant for the stock price since it's paid mainly in correlation with BTC? Price mainly in correlation with BTC. Yeah, I don't really think their earnings are that indicative of their stock price. And you're right. I mean, most of their assets are Bitcoin. That's why the price of it's so volatile. Or a big chunk of their assets are Bitcoin. How many times does JPAD need to say AI before Yuda reverses course? Um, that's a good question. I don't know. How many times has JPAO said AI on record? I feel like it's only been like a few, like a handful of times. I don't think the Fed has any expectation that AI is going to boost productivity into the end of this year. Todd lives another day. Well, looks like it, yeah. I guess I just take the $10 profit. How much is it? Where is it? 90. So if I let this cash settle at 45.80, it's $9, $10. So $3 profit. It's a little bit better than like closing it early. Not much. And I risk a bounce. Uh, huh. Let's see. What a horrible day to have 0 DTE. Yeah, kind of sucks. Zero. The VIX falling. Are you pulling back your bear call spreads into end of day? I don't really think they're super impacted by the bear call. I could. That's losses 250 there. Let's see if it tests 75 again. I can get out of them at a profit, right? I didn't fucking open these to lose money on them. I made money on the put credit spreads already, but I don't want to net that off against the bear spreads, right? Like ideally I make money on both. It's significantly that'd be significantly better. I really did plan for today's price action perfectly though. Although 45.75 or 45.70 would have been better. I think the only outcome for this day that would bring me happiness is if we close exactly flat, just to go on Wall Street bets and see everyone re. And we're pretty close to it. You think Google could get a continuation up? Um, yeah, it looks decent. It may pull back a little bit first. Maybe to like the 127 level, especially after today. Wow, that's Goog. I'll look at Goog. Hold on. Uh, yeah, I don't think a pullback to like 130 is out of the question here. Not a huge move though. I'd need to see some like bigger shifts and positioning on it to say it could go further down. And right now it looks pretty stable. The test at like 132 could also bounce. So yeah, there's a bit. I probably just wouldn't play it. Or if I did, I'd go with something more neutral. I just open a fucking. Hold on. One sec. Mm. Hmm. Oh, damn it. What is it that I can't buy here? Oh, I have to close the short calls. No, wait, can I just use that? Selling 80 puts. Oh, no. Damn. Fuck me. Profitable at any price below 45.80 though. Ooh, I kind of like that. So, debit 70-75 spread. Wait, hold on. No. Fucking son of a bitch. 75 is the long. No, it's the short. So I can sell. Hmm. So I'm trying to figure out something here. Yeah, they're still fucking fighting with each other. So long 470. Vertical 470-75. Fall 70-75 buy. 410. Hmm. Oh my god, momentum? That can't be real. Oh, it is. It's actual volume. Holy shit. J&J just bouncing on resistance all day. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to do a lot today. No way, lies, FUD. I don't know, man. There's This is the most volume we've gotten since the last bounce at 4600. I think there might be some 4600 sellers here getting ready to dump. Zoom in, enhance. I'll fucking take it. Well, hold on. Give it a minute. I don't even need to close the fucking credit spreads, I don't think. I just get a debit spread. If I can get them cheap enough. I just have to buy them both legs under 250. And now they're getting quite cheap. Yeah, they're down to, it's 350. No, there's still too much. It's credit on these 245. Oh. God damn it. I wanted to dump into close so bad, Dork. Just when they stop me out, they pull me back in. Charmadillo has awoken. Well, the 4580s are still out of the money. So that's pretty bad for them. Yeah, so maybe we get the momentum we want here. Very, very close. I think if we get a volume dump, it'll be like on the future side, like a big sell off. It'll be here. This would be the one. Or it stabilizes and we fucking chop into the end of the day. We're never gonna dump it at close anymore. The best we get is a skid mark into tiny whiteys. The volume's increasing. We're fucking like 2 minutes into this candle, and it's already almost even with the prior. Push, you fuckers. Do it. Dump like 30,000 contracts. Let's go. Wait, hold on. Should I buy more of these? They're 17 cents. 15 cents. Yeah. Woohoo! How you like that, Phil Dork? I'm green with envy. So I'm hiding in the back of this hotel into clothes. Bounce off 4,600? Hopefully not. I don't know. VIX is moving up. This is like the shot if the puts won it. If they get the 45.75 out of the money, that charm starts working against the longs, and the shorts are much more advantageously positioned. So, oh fuck, we just broke 4,600. More volume. Dump it. No games. Just dump it. Oh, you fucking bitches. Boring. Nope. Chop at 4,600 for 2 months. Ooh, there's very little buy volume here, though. Don't increase dramatically. Lose. Well, that lasted about as long as the GameStop wallet. Not over yet. 19 minutes? $80 is still out of the money. Uh, these are 220 each. Just buy 2 of these and just ignore the rest, right? And then if it closes lower, profit? A little bit of profit. Less profit, actually. Damn. 210. If Fubo closes above 320, could the current price action continue into tomorrow, making T plus 2 saucy? 14% day on Friday. Thanks for your time. It could, yeah. Although some of today's price action might be the realization of T+2 from last week. It's been a long time, but I remember a time when bears would step on throats. Yeah, it's been a long day. Do you anticipate some volatility from Siri earnings tomorrow morning? Probably not. We'll see. I mean, they're a pretty boring company. Hmm. Now the cost differential kind of sucks. Maybe I shouldn't have hesitated. I know, you hate to hear it, but this is the max pain region. I know what it is. I don't hate to hear it. I do want one more lower test though. And I mean it's only the max pain region if 45.75 is held, right? If 45.75 slips, then it moves down to 45.65. I'm managing my mom's port with some Fubo wheels, and she's killing it. Thanks, my dude. That's awesome, man. Congratulations to you and your mom. J&J seems like it might hit 165 this week. That's what I'm thinking, kind of. Might go a little lower. That's where I got the puts. I just think it might it might slip the resistance it's currently at. Okay, 140. Okay, nice. Right. Still haven't used a day trade. Okay, so we slipped 45.75. That's what they're going to try to hold on to the most, right? So now I can open the butterfly. 75 butterfly. All right. Pause. Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. Fuck me. Yeah, I still have the debit spread. Volume on ES? It's picking up. There's quite a lot of selling there. But now we're under 46. So maybe the momentum picks up. There's only 10 minutes left. Second. Hmm. $83 to $88. Try to keep those in the money. It's too high. Woo! I did it, Dork. I got a fill on a at the money butterfly for pretty cheap. Actually, I was going for the very rare 0 basis point move. Would there be a negative candle on Zom? What? Clown market. A little bit, yeah. $3 minutes left. Ooh. A lot of fucking call buying going on right now. No fucking way. Damn. That was a hell of a push. Yeah, retail. Oh, am I profitable on the long call here? Hmm. At least I got out of those short calls. So that was cool. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was interesting. Straight up, no angle. Yeah. 15 minutes at expiration straddles. Strike again. Yeah, a little bit. Sort of mispriced butterflies, but fun stuff. All right, well, that's it for today. What a lovely excessive amount of chop and massive futures volume on the bounce. I guess we'll see if that holds. It's not quite at the intraday high, but call positioning going into tomorrow still looks pretty weak. I think most of this is just on the back of shorts capitulating at 45.70. Looks like we're still roughly in the same position going into tomorrow that we were in today, where there's just a significant amount of like downside call support at 45.75, and then put interest at 45.70 and 65. Gamma flip moved up again to 45.67.50, so almost right back at the money, depending on if futures is rejected here or not, which it looks like it is a little bit. um Anything else? That's about it. So yeah, we'll keep an eye open and check out positioning tonight, and then maybe tomorrow we'll get a little bit more volatility, or they try to push for the 4600 again. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you all have a lovely night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later, everyone.